UPS 967's taxiing via Alpha to runway 25 left.
Just starting my other two engines, Mike, and I'll be ready to go.
So I got plenty of fuel.
I'm just glad I'm
put
not
some
in that
more in mine.
situation because I don't have a lot of fuel on this on this MD. Oh, speaking of Rob, this MD11's been a pain in the ass. I don't know about any of you guys who use little nav map to capture engine data, but I was looking at something the other day because I flew this very UPS MD11 plane out of Shanghai, China, heading back to Dubai. Now that's an 8.5-hour flight. I had to refuel the tanks on this aircraft twice before I landed because little nav map wouldn't give me the correct fuel consumption. Which is very interesting because you look at like the engine displays on the MD while you're in cruise, and each engine's using around about 2,200 kilos an hour. Okay, so you would think that's normal. Little Navmap was recording fuel consumption of 4.8 tons an hour across all three engines. Now that obviously doesn't make sense because if you've got three engines that are doing over 2,200 kilos an hour, and Little Navmap saying it's almost like Little Navmap was only recording engine data for engines 1 and 3 and just totally disregarded the center tail engine, which I don't get. You'd think it'd look at average fuel consumption and it would know. Yeah, so I've got about 22 tons of fuel on board for this next hop. I don't know if that's enough.
275 rolling.
967 taking position, 25 left.
308 rolling, 24 left.
How's the model matching working anyway? Does it actually show me in a UPS MD?
I've got you in a UPS 75. I don't seem to have an MD11 for my model matching.
Oh, well, at least it shows me in a UPS. I'll take that.
And middle two lining up to 5 left.
Uh, 967 is rolling, runway 25 left.
Nice day.
Supposed to be some cloud at altitude, so we'll see when we get up there.
I see you in a feather jet, Jay.
Does it look at least like an MD11?
Nope. It's feather jet. It looks like an F-18 or an F-16 or whatever it is. Luxury 101 lining up behind is Boeing 747, runway 24 left behind.
Middle two rolling.
Terrain.
You know, with the new knowledge I have on setting all those settings on the joystick and all the other devices, I've been configuring other aircraft like the C90, uh, uh, Dash 8, and the let's see, the Twin Otter. So I've been pretty busy since last Sunday, putting a lot of hours in the flight sim.
101 rolling 24 left.
Yeah, tell me about it, John. I've done 22,000 miles in aircraft over the last week.
You know, you like those long hauls. I can't stand that.
Well, I don't mind it so much when I'm doing the UPS long hauls because I'm not having to pulse rep in every hour. I can actually walk away from it and leave it for multiple hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah, go molest the stewardess.
Well, British Airways has a policy and an app built into their ACARS that requests, well, that basically checks to see if you're at the controls every hour. So that's what they refer to doing as a pulse rep every hour. But UPS don't require it with smart cars, so.
You see Catalina Island pretty clear here on my right.
I'm surprised my frame rates weren't dropping in LAX there, but you know, they're pretty stable.
Good. Yeah, pretty good frame rates too, and I got a budget computers.
Yeah.
Yeah, the real hard part for your machine will be testing it around JFK. JFK, with the worst weather imaginable, would be how I would tune my sim. So
I would say the same thing on Heathrow.
Thing is, I can't fly the JFK in the free air because I don't have any long haul aircraft yet. Well, FS 2020 does have a 747-800, but I won't use it. It's flipping crap compared to PMDG's versions.
it is indeed, and I share that sentiment with you. Even the flight computers are dumb on that thing, dumb as a doorpost. Yeah, I mean, JFK's always been the benchmark for me. Even in Flight Sim 2004 FSX, if I wanted to have stable frame rate everywhere and make sure the frame rate never dropped regardless of what I was looking at, I would load at the most scenery, terrain, heavy area, and then add in all the weather I could to try and make the frame rate suffer, so I could then tune the sim to be, you know, 40, 50 FPS in those conditions, so it didn't matter what airport I flew into, it was always smooth.
Yeah. Well, I've got I'm running MSFS on high-end graphics right now, and I'm sitting at, you know, good amount of frame rates, like, so, in LAX especially. And the PMDG 738.
Yeah, I'm marching to a different drum route, guys. I'm taking the southern route. Everybody else looks like the northern route.
I'm going via Victorville and is it Daggett? Yeah, Daggett. It's funny, if you fly one of the stars all the way out here, it takes you all the way up to Daggett. That's like 100 and something odd miles away. So I actually had to put like 2 waypoints in because any more than that, and I couldn't fly SIDs and stars on it because, well, you'd get to the end of the SID and then the star would stop with no room in between.
Yeah, the other flight plan I had, I was going to Daggett, but when I switched to the other runway, the SID I chose didn't have that in it. So my transition is Codno.
I just took the Orca A5 departure, which only takes you out to, well, Orca, intersection, which is just south of Victorville anyway, so it was just shy of my first waypoint. See, if you use the actual runway stars, John, you know, when you select the runway first and then you choose the star on the flight computer, it will give you a
Oh,
bigger
okay.
list.
I haven't done that.
Yeah, because there's, like, I'll give you an example for JFK. In JFK, there are two sets of stars. There's the runway for any stars, any runway stars. They're the main ones you would use to come in. But if you're choosing a particular runway, you might have the same star but a modified version of it. It's almost like a longer star. I don't know what the best terminology is to describe the difference between the two of them. But normally, like, the very small any runways are short SIDs or short stars. I use multiple applications to check that out, though. Little nav map kind of does it. Let's select McCarran, show arrival. Yeah, so you see, if you look in little nav map, John, the ones you can tell are just airport stars are the one that says star all and then the ID.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the bog standard short stars. Anything that's labeled with a runway number is going to be a full star with transition. So, yeah, I just selected it was the Org Alpha 5 out of here, and that only goes as far as Orca, which I am now 1.4 nautical miles. Sorry, 11 miles from.
Just looking out the window at those mountains, they look flipping stunning in this sim.
Do you know what's really stunning was I was flying over that flight I did the other night out of China heading back to Dubai. Went over this mountain range in western China where the peaks are like 22,000 feet. That was there's a huge mountain range there in China.
Yeah, right next to a big city too, right?
Yeah, well, I was actually laughing about this with Robin the other day. I flew overhead direct Wuhan. So.
Oh,
yeah.
Did you piss on it?
No, I was too far from the ground to piss on it.
Yeah, you dumped your laboratories.
I don't think that even that fluid would have made it down to Wuhan. It'd probably evaporate in the atmosphere before it even reached them.
Not the blue ice.
Yeah, well, if it's coming out of me, it's not ice. And it won't be cold, it'll still be warm. At least I hope so. If not, I might have to get that checked out by the GP. That doesn't sound too healthy. There we go, I'm direct over Orca now. So yeah, 24 miles short of my first waypoint, that start. MSA for this hop is 10,500 feet as well, just because of that mountain range we just flew over.
Fairly catching up on that 748.
I'm sure Rob's flying her in econ mode as well, aren't you, Rob?
A-firm.
Yeah. What are you using as your cost index?
Who, me? Or?
No, Rob.
25.
Yeah.
Wow, that's low.
You're only going to be... No, that's actually normal. That's normal. British Airways...
I thought it was 75 is normal.
No, on the... Well, it depends which way you're going. On the 744 on British Airways, if you're flying to JFK, you're flying with a cost index of 85. And if you were flying back from JFK to Heathrow, it would be like 25, 26.
I mean, my cost index.
This UPS MD11 I get on my dispatch, like my flight out of Dubai heading back to Cologne, Germany, which is my main hub. The flight out of Dubai was 86 on the cost index, but whenever I seem to be flying eastwards, it's like 25, 30, and that's just probably because the winds aloft is, you know, normally eastwards.
I'm using the company cost index for luxury, which is 26 for 7.3.
Yeah, I'll guarantee you one thing, Mike. You'll never see me flying that on a 737 or on a 747.
Why?
Why? because I don't like flying that slow. The only reason I've been like complying with it at UPS is because of these fuel calculation problems that I mentioned earlier, where my little nav map is what I'm using for my. Because when you go through dispatch on the UPSI crew, it takes you to sim brief and everything, but it doesn't give you a calculated fuel load you should be taking. All they give you is a cost index. They don't tell you what your tank level should be at. So you're having to then do the math between your takeoff gross weight and what your zero fuel weight is, in order to calculate out your fuel. And even with the fuel they calculated, that was 10,000 pounds, 10,000 kilos less than what the little nav map was quoting me. And the little nav map was wrong. I had to refill the tank en route. I mean, it wasn't that far out. It was saying that I was going to land with 1.2 tons. So just to be clear, the MD11 wastes 1 ton an hour idle on the ground. So you can imagine how much 1.2 tons of fuel is going to last you when you're airborne. And if you have to go around, well, let's see, that 1.2 tons might just give you enough fuel for your initial climb out on runway heading, but it wouldn't allow you to land. So I had to make sure I stuck the runway dead on arrival and not have to go around, because if I had, I would have been out of fuel.
Well, that's Luxury's company index is flipping 26.
Yeah. Well,
I thought that was normal for 737s, 800s. So
it is for an 800 series, especially either an NGXU or even a 73 Max 8. That would be normal for, because they're more fuel efficient than, say, the 700 series or even a 400 series. But hang on,
Clear of conflict.
who have I got on TCAS? Oh,
Hey, flight Quister 375 will be landing on runway ILS runway 01 left at McCarran.
that's a
Wait,
plus.
what is the runways for landing here?
I'm looking now. No, it's going to be one left, one right.
One left, one right. Roger.
Winds are from 0105 knots. Altimeter is 3013.
Right, I got runway one left for Luxury 101.
I got to look at which runway's the longest, and I'm probably going to take the longest out of the two of them. Oh, the one is 9 feet longer than the other. Okay, that doesn't really matter so much.
Setting up the LS frequency now.
Yeah, I'm gonna check the flight computers now.
Runway 01 left, ILS frequency 111.10, course 014. I've got an FMC.
Just to be difficult, I might take one right.
Well, the weather is good for that, a visual approach.
Oh, it won't be a visual. This will be the RNAV approach.
Oh, it has one, okay.
Most
I couldn't find one for the,
runways do.
I think it was eight left. I couldn't find a RNAV for that.
Depends on your database too, doesn't it? Right, so what star was that I just selected?
Is Dave still with us? He's very quiet.
Yeah, Dave's up ahead of us, that's why he's so quiet. He doesn't know what to do with himself, he's ahead of everyone.
No, I can't find you. I've been looking out the window. And
Well,
there's
Dave,
nobody up here.
Dave, look out your 4 o'clock high. You should see me. I'm the closest person to you.
Okay. I figure there's got to be some traffic around here somewhere.
I'm going to have to freaking speed up here. I'm lagging behind.
Friday I was just using the C90 in Michigan, right around Pellston by the Mackinac Bridge, which I a special scenery that I downloaded. Beautiful. Guy, whoever made that bridge was just brilliant. So, anyways, I set up custom weather with two cloud decks, and so it was pretty neat to fly through the first cloud deck into the center of open space and stay on like marginal VFR. Switching to IFR, of course.
How can I show my ground speed? Oh, where's it there? 476. Okay. 477. You guys are all over 600 fucking ground speed. What you doing fucking flooring it?
My ground speed's not 600. My ground speed's only 445.
Yeah, take another pill.
I've pushed everything into my 7.3 here. If I've been doing over 320 knots now, in indicate it.
Yeah, that's still quite fast. I mean, for the 7.3, my climb profile is 335 on the ground, on the indicated as my climb reference speed, up to 0.80 Mach, I think it is. There we go. I keep hearing TCAS going off between me and Dave.
Don't know what it is, but the aircraft's going want me to fucking descend shortly. That was quick.
Will do. It's a very short hop, this.
Yeah, I'm gonna start my descent pretty. Yeah, just another 2 miles.
I got another 5 miles to go.
Right,
The aircraft's slowing down now to 270.
Airport elevation is 2,181 feet. For anyone who needs it.
Yeah, I'm starting my descent, leaving 27,000 for 15,000.
Luxury's leaving 27,000 for 10,000.
Yeah, on traffic UPS 9067 now descending out of 21,000 overhead. Cacnu at, sorry, won't be Cacnu, overhead Fibbit 6,000 feet. And Rob, just in case you're looking for the RNAV approach, I'm going at, I'm a Romeo 01 Romeo transition Kipsy for 01 right.
Roger, roger.
CNL nav, the RNAVs are actually easier to do than ILS approaches, at least for the 737 it is, because on the 737, if you want to do an ILS, you've got to tune both nav radios over. On the 748, or even the MD, or even some of the other aircraft that you can fly, you know, ILS and radio management's normally handled by the flight computers, and it's the same with the MD11. You fly the computer flies the plane. So entering an RNAV approach, you don't even have to pre-select an ILS frequency ever. What you need to do is make sure you're on your descent on the way down the steps that are listed in the restrictions, and you'll make it down.
After I've flown the 7.4 for a while, I keep forgetting whenever I fly the 7.3 I need to program the ILS frequencies in course.
Yeah, I know. On the 7.3, going back to that from flying like the 7.4 or even the MDs, it's a different bird. Even the well, all the Boeings are the same, aren't they? The 7.5, the 7.6, 7.8, all of them. It's all digital nav radios handled by the flight computers. The only thing that's manual in terms of any of the radios on board a 7.4 and any of a normal commercial jet is literally the comm radios. It's the only thing that's pretty much manual on the pedestal.
Okay, I got a visual on Jay here at my 11 o'clock, and just about 3,000 feet below me. I'm still descending on. I'm descending through 18,015.
Yeah, just programmed in for on Av1 right.
Let me just give you guys a heads up as well. The MSA for this particular sector is 10,100 because of these peaks.
Yeah, once you get over them, though, you can. It's,
Oh yeah, as soon as you're
approach
over
altitudes there.
as soon as you get over these mountains, that's going to reduce down to 9,700 for the airport area. But
Yeah, over to the left of us, further north, you can see that the peaks are a lot higher.
oh yeah.
All right, I reached 15,000 and further descent 11,000 for Questra 375. My speed is 290 knots, guys, so I'm not in any race, but it's going to be a pretty crowded approach, looks like. Got a visual on the UPS plane now.
Yep, I can see it's all on the fucking radar screens. They're all fucking bunched together. Miles away from me, like.
Don't worry
You
about
know,
it. When we get closer to the airport, all you'll see is Dave shooting backwards and you're gaming on in really close because he tends to go full landing configuration at 18 miles from the airport.
Nice little formation going straight down. Like
So
we're in the Air Force.
who's off my left there? Is that Rob, is it?
I'm
I
at your
believe
left
so.
too, but at about at your 4 o'clock. Yeah, Rob is way over there on the.
Yeah, me and Rob, we're both
right.
going on the same runway, me and Rob, though, so this is going to make things interesting.
Yeah, Dave's in the mix too. He's below me.
Yeah, since I'm flying the Queen of the Skies, I think I should take precedence.
Really?
Ooh!
The Queen is dead.
Ooh.
Long live the King.
Yeah.
That was a good one, Rob.
Well, actually, I don't mind, like, submitting to a 748. Some of you went and put us an old 744 in front of me, I'd be like, hell no. But I actually like the Dash 8. Well, Rob, I'm at 240 indicated. I'm going to reduce to 210 for the moment. but that's my minimum clean speed for the moment.
Yeah, Roger. I'm just descending at 250 knots.
Okay, Jay, you're at my 1 o'clock position, going to 2 right now.
Yep.
Same altitude, looks like.
Yep, Roger that. Well, you're going to be going in on 01 left, aren't you? So
Correct.
hopefully shouldn't be a factor.
And I'm slowing to 250 knots at this time.
Oh, this is interesting. I can see all you guys out my left window. It's going to be interesting.
Rob?
Excellent.
I
Rob,
can't see nobody.
This is as slow as I can do at the moment.
I can't see nobody.
Roger, Roger.
I'm way behind.
I got.
Well, your economy mode.
Hmm?
Your economy mode, right? For
No,
your speed?
I've pushed her out of economy mode.
Too late.
Too late. Yep.
All right, Rob, best I can do for you is 190 at the moment.
Oh wow, we got 3 planes over to my right. Okay, slowing to 220 knots. I'll go at 180 knots for my approach. Leaving 11,000 for what's approach altitude? About 5,000.
Yeah, about 5. Bearing in mind runway the airport altitude is 2,100 feet.
Yeah, I like the 3,000 feet clearance.
All right, Rob. I see you're just filtering in ahead of me now. As soon as we get onto this, I'll try and reduce the minimum, but
Yeah, I'm slowing down now because I just hit my decel point.
yeah, but you're still so close that I can actually see the design on your tail, so and UPS 967, we have runway in sight.
Oh, there you go, traffic.
Oh man, little nav map. Put my label right on top of 2 other aircraft. I couldn't see them for a while with a little nav map.
Yep. Altimeter is 3011, by the way, gentlemen. 3011.
Thank you. 3011.
Looks like 967 is number 2 in trail for RNAV approach 01, right? Alright, Rob, what's your speed, bud?
I'm slowing down to 180 knots.
Yeah, I'm at 180 already. I'm going to slow further, just try and put some distance.
That's a good eye candy on my end.
Right, my minimum for approach, Rob, 157.
Yeah, I think my minimum for approach is flaps, what is it, 30 at 140 knots.
Yeah, I'm going to be flaps 50, 157.
Carrying traffic, Quest 0375 on the localizer for runway 01 left. Airport's in sight, and 2 traffic bogies in front of me. Different runways, I think. Anybody else taking 07 left?
We don't know which runway Mickey's
All
taking. but-
traffic as Air Canada 308. Believe I'm up here in the front, maybe. I'm guessing. I don't see nobody in front of me. So we're ILS runway 01 left, I believe it's called. Let me double check that. Yeah. 01 left. And have the runway in sight.
Yeah, I'll be number 2 for landing behind you, Dave. 07 left.
967, number 2 in trail 01, right. Yeah, looks like separation is good now, Rob.
Roger, roger.
All right, what's my autopilot doing on me?
It's clearly doing something. You're flying right across the front of my nose.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, that's not my fault. I'm correcting manually for runway 17 left.
Traffic Air Canada 308. It's 5 mile final. We're the 4 mile final now. 01 left. Hello, Vegas.
You
I should have
notice that
stayed
there's
on.
going to be a Formula One race here in Los Angeles next year. Sorry, in
Yeah,
Vegas.
they're finally doing it, and I've heard them talking about it. They're
Yep,
actually
it's
doing
been
it.
confirmed for next season. There's going to
Oh,
be
really? That'd be
23
good.
races. In fairness,
They'll
though,
hype that. They'll hype that up big time.
oh, of
as
course they
do.
will. It's F1's owned by a team of Americans now.
I'm surprised the Saudis didn't buy it, to be fair.
I think if the Saudis had bought it, we'd be in a better situation we are now.
There's a train going by the threshold of the runway. This is awesome.
Hey, Dave, our separation is not that great. I see that you're landing now. I'm about a mile behind you.
All right, Vegas traffic 308. We are down and exiting to the left shortly.
And Midland 2 vacating to the left.
967, short final 01, right.
Luxury 101's got the localizer.
Traffic
Oh,
308 's clear.
You turned off just in time, Dave.
Oh yeah, I could see you. You're just touching down as I'm crossing the line now. 308.
Yeah, I was just
Clear.
ready to do a
Gotcha.
misapproach.
Luxury 101's
yeah,
got the
awesome.
runway in sight.
Carrying traffic, Quest 0375 is on runway 07 left, exiting to the left behind the Canadian.
Sure that's not 01 you landed on?
What did I say?
You keep saying 07.
Oh, gee, that 7 and 1 kind of looks like same. Yeah, I meant 0.
101's
17.
got the glide slope, runway 01 left.
967 clear of 01 right, and we exited to the right. We'll be taking, I don't know which taxiway this is, Delta down to the holding point.
Oh, this is awesome. And thanks for showing up, guys. This is such a
I believe I see the UPS.
a crowd.
fellas. I believe I see your UPS paint job, Jay.
I should hope so.
Yeah, I see it too.
Oh, okay. Wasn't sure if I had. It's the first time I had a look at to see if the paint job worked. You know, with the model sets and crap.
Oh, I made sure to look at Swift on the ID before I connected her up. Because believe me, Swift did not detect that it was a UPS. I had to preset it manually.
Current traffic, Questir 375, taxiing to runway 01 left for holding. There's the pyramid. There's the Finkies.
101's on final, runway 01 left. 3.7 miles.
Oh, there's the building where that mass murder shot at that crowd that was gathered. Where was that at? Some kind of park?
Oh, you're on about that outdoor music event that the snipers
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it was here, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's on the yellow Mandalay Bay.
Yeah, I see that. That's the hotel here on the north side of the airfield, isn't it?
Yeah.
So many good movies start off like that, though, in Vegas as well. One of my favorites for particularly being around Vegas, Smoking Aces. I love that movie.
No, it's Smoking Aces. That's what's his name? The two guys.
Ryan Reynolds, and there's another guy in. I can't remember the name of the other FBI agent in it, but it's one of Ryan Reynolds' first movies. Fairly old too.
I was thinking. Oh, here comes. Who's that coming in last?
Mickey.
Oh yeah, looking good, Mike. Cheek and Chong. That's what I thought it was. Smoking.
Oh, Up in Smoke.
Well, that's
No,
Up
no,
in
no.
Smoke.
Ah, okay.
That is good, man. It is a good movie.
It's fun.
Hey,
For the
what is
day,
in this
it's
shit?
pretty extreme.
Oh, it's mostly Maui Wowie, but it's got some Labrador in it. What's
Yeah,
Labrador? It's dog shit. What?
Hey, he ate my
ate my
my
stash.
pound.
I had to follow a little fucker around with this little baggie for 3 days before I got it back. Really blew the dog's mind. You mean we're smoking dog shit, man? Get you high, don't it? I love Cheech and Chong's just so good.
Quarterson Brothers is a nice one as well.
101's Rick Hill, runway 1 left. Got some lag spikes coming in there, guys, so.
Got a forest of palm trees here.
My only problem is, can I land the 747 into San Diego? Because it's pretty short, isn't it, that runway?
Yes, it is. And I did a real flight into there for my sister's wedding. We went right through the city to land. I think it was runway 9, and had to go through buildings. Right between buildings. Yeah, it's 27 from the sea and 9 from the mountains. or is it the other way around?
Oh, it's 9,400 feet, so I might be alright actually. But yeah, it is. The city approach is a bit wild.
Yeah, once we got there, my hotel, it was up like the 14th floor. Maybe it was the 13th, but it was 14 on my bill. Anyways, we were watching planes coming in like eye level.
Nice.
It was great.
I'm going 28,000 feet for this one. What do you think?
I won't know until I've got it entered into the flight computer, and then the flight computer will calculate optimum.
225 straight up as bird flies.
I'm sorry, how far?
225. But adding Sense of Stars might increase it to like 250.
It might do. It depends if you got short stars available. Yeah, so, John, what you were saying before, 09 is approaching off the coast, 27 would be over the city.
Okay, that's yeah, all right. Yep, that's right. I'm looking at it now. Also, that same trip, took my sister to the airport uh, restaurant, and boy, that was a nice treat that we had there, and listened to the planes landing.
Looks like we're looking at a 27 approach as of right now into San Diego. Winds are from 30010 knots, so it looks like 27 arrival.
Okay, copy that.
Yeah, the stars, holy shit. I can only have one waypoint in my star. And it's literally the end point for the SID, and it's the entry point for the next star. Kind of interesting. This is going to be the shortest flight plan I think I've ever inputted into the flight computer on the MD11.
Joined your channel.
In fact, I don't even need to input a flight plan. I could just program that manually.
You lie.
Even when I tell the truth.
Yeah, Roger, no board game, Roger.
No, I'm still feeling a bit
Oh, he's bored already.
crappy. No, I'm feeling a bit crap today. As I didn't get better of getting a decent night's sleep. Still the same. No
So you're
board
you're
game.
not gonna come flying with us today?
No.
Just a free flight. Unicom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like you need a nap.
Yeah.
Okay, see you later.
According to the FMC here, Jay, the only ILS there is runway 09. 27's an RNAV.
1 second. Let me double check.
There's a localizer for 27 as well, I believe.
Yeah, there is on little nav map. So that should exist in 2020.
I'm showing ILS Yankee and Zulu for runway 09, LOC 27, RNAV 09, RNAV Y on 27, and RNAV Zulu on 27 on the FMC.
Well, Tell you what, let me
So-
see what this shows. Let me just input this flight plan real fast.
Right.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so show arrivals. No, there's definitely a local. Oh no, according to this, yeah, there is a localizer 27, but it's not
There's no
ILS 27. Yeah.
Yeah,
On
there's no
the
glide slope on it.
Yankee and Zulu are nav approaches for it.
Yep.
Yeah, little nav map seems to be the one thing that can tell you so much.
So there's the
Can you
RNAV
imagine-
Zulu.
Yeah, can you imagine if we had the functionality of a little nav map built into FS Navigator? It'd be like the ultimate fucking flight simmer map. It's the only thing little nav map's missing, isn't it? Is autopilot controls and stuff that you used to have on the aircraft here.
I thought I seen a menu choice that you can follow a flight plan. I don't know if it's with the autopilot.
I don't know if it does because it works over SimConnect these days. Not, I mean, Navigator was built into the sim, so it was running as a module off the sim. But this is an external module. I'm not sure they can. And even if you could, I mean, if memory serves, you could never use the Fly2 here on any PMDG because the PMDG disregarded any autopilot commands that came in from any third-party source. It would not allow third-party plugins to interact with the PMDG. So we never had that functionality for me and Rob anyway because we're PMDG snobs.
What's the altitude you guys are choosing?
I'll be going 30,000.
I'm more than likely going to be going 26,000 back.
Yeah, I'll go 30,000 as well. Right, 30,000's in the box. What's the wins? Anybody?
Currently got 0144 knots. There was conflicting weather between Flight Sim Commander and and Little Nav Map. Little Nav Map says 0264 knots. Fucking hell. It is fucked up entering the flight plan in because I'm getting mixed up because we flew out of KLAX, we landed at KLAS, and I'm like entering into the flight computer. I'm like, departure KLAX. No, that's not right. We're in McCarran, so it's KLAS. So I entered that in 3 fucking times before I realised why it was wrong.
K-SAN? S-A-N?
Yep. No. I went our departure. You know when you load the flight plan up, you've got to hit your departure ID, destination airport ID. Well, because of the last flight, I was thinking that we were still in LAX, not LAS, McCarran. So I was entering it wrong, and the flight computer's going, "Oh, that flight plan doesn't exist," and I'm wondering why. I only just twigged.
Man, breaking company rules and the cost index, put in a cost index of 40, so see what
Do you want me
happens.
to tell you the truth, Mickey? Honestly, I used to fly at Costa Index 100 all the time. All the time. Even at BAV, I was flying Costa Index 100. I didn't give a shit what they were saying. The only time that makes sense is if you care of being on time or not to the schedules. See, with the BAV, all their cost indexes were based on the average flight time. So if the flight time says 6.5 hours, me flying it with cost index 100, it would be more likely 4.5, 5 hours, not 6 hours. But if you use their actual cost index, it reduces your cruise speed, and before you know it, if the flight is scheduled to be 6.5 hours, with the company cost index, it comes in within about 15 minutes of what the scheduled timetable is. So yeah, our cost index was based on the schedule and which flight you were doing. Of course, it's different for every airport.
I just want to try. I just want to try and keep up with everybody else. So I would say about 40. I was doing 26 this last time, so 40 should be alright.
What do you find? 7.3.
Mhm.
Okay. Another way you can keep up with us is go to the. You're on the PMDG, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so you want to go to the perf page, and then you'll see on the bottom right, I believe it's thrust limit, and when you take off, it goes into derated climb, or well, it normally just goes into climb power, doesn't it? I override it either into MCT, max continuous thrust, or I'll override it into toga. To put it back into auto, you just press the button next to auto and it should switch it back to its normal operating mode, but I'm always using MCT on climb.
Fine,
MCT
mate.
is
Yeah.
giving me more thrust than what normal climb mode would be, and that's assuming it's not a derated climb mode.
McCarran Traffic Quester 375 flight plan implemented into the FMC number 2 for departure on runway 01 left behind the Canadian. Ready to go.
Why
Midland
did you
2, ready to
say
go.
Canadian with so much contempt?
No, that was not contempt. It was love.
All right, 308's all ready to rock and roll. How's that 747 over there?
I'm ready to go.
All right, let's do it.
And Midland 2 is rolling.
And 308 is going to try and stay ahead of his wake vortex and is rolling.
Good luck with that.
I got to just stay far enough ahead of him, and they won't get me.
You won't. Not in front of 4 GNX engines. No way.
I wonder if I should make a left turn after departure.
I
That
would
sounds
probably
good.
make whatever turn he does not make.
375 line up, 10 left.
Otherwise, you're going to be
No,
what's
01
the term?
left.
Ruffling.
I'll be making a left over the city after departure. 308.
Yeah, I had that programmed in.
Yeah, don't try and fight the 7-4. You will lose.
They're going to stop production on the 747.
They already have. I think the last freighter is being built as we speak, and that is the last 7-4 to ever roll off the production line. The only 7-4s that are still now in active service these days are pretty much just the freighters. I believe Emirates has already canned their 7-4 fleet. There's a couple of other airlines also. JAL, Japan Airlines, have dropping the 7-4 as well.
Right,
375 rolling.
traffic 308 is making we're left-hand turn now to exit the zone to the south west over there.
101 lining up, runway 01 left.
And the Midland 2, left turn in Mount Bessie.
One zero one rolling.
Guys, they did slow climb so I can see the Space Needle. Like I'm shaking the windows at that Space Needle. Getting really close.
Oh, Roger.
Thought that was
Yes.
There's a video that went up on YouTube the other day from Grand Tour. Grand Tour Reunite after that last special.
Uh-huh.
You might want to find that on YouTube and watch it.
Okay.
For some reason, my FMC is making the plane turn to the right. I don't know. Still going to LAS. Okay, San Diego.
Oh, speaking of something else, Jay, I found another money exploit in Cyberpunk.
Oh god. I found there was loads when I was playing it all the time. Like there was a particular one where you go to recycle certain stuff over and over again, and it wouldn't actually take it out of your inventory. Yeah.
Oh, it took it out, but you sold it for 4,000 or 5,000 and bought it back for like 15. And you could do that for 20 grand, and then you have to save the game, log out, and log in again and do it. This one is never ending. I don't get as
the ones
much.
that I had were never ending. At least prior to them being fixed. I've got so much more money now in Cyberpunk, I don't know what to do with it.
No, I just passed 1 million in it. I'm getting almost 1,000 every 10 seconds here.
I need to try Cyberpunk. I refuse to try it since it was full of bugs and shit.
Yeah,
It's changed a lot. It's changed a lot since then.
It's not the same game it was
No.
then. It's
No, it was
way
changed a lot.
better. Way
Yep.
better.
It's it wasn't bad apart from the amount of glitches, but now they've removed the glitches. So now the game itself.
Yeah, I would say if you haven't played it in the last year, you need to replay it.
Yes.
Because to be honest with you, even I was playing it from day one. I couldn't complete the game until 6 months after the game had come out because the missions were so buggy I could never progress one of the parts in the campaign. Just wouldn't.
Really, I
Yeah, it
managed to do that.
No,
Wow.
it refused point blank. Like the mission would always glitch out, and then you'd be sat there waiting for the trigger, and the trigger would never trigger it to happen in the first place. So.
Yep, even I played it, so yeah.
This is a fantastic glitch. I wonder if this is one of those you can redo, because it's part of a. You go in and you stop some criminals in one of those police points.
Oh, is that one of the cyber psychos?
No. It's just normal police. You basically go in and kill the enemies, for the police.
Just looked outside the left-hand side window there and I seen a lake in the distance. I wonder if that's Lake Mate. Apparently it's running out of bloody water, that place.
But basically,
it doesn't look like that in the sim.
No, I know that.
Maybe at yours it does, full like almost empty.
But basically, what it
It
is,
might be
you
more
don't complete
updated than
this
ours
one.
is going to show the normal lake.
And
Yeah,
whoever
as it was.
thought of this is, yeah.
I think Las Vegas is crying for electrical power and water at the minute. Their whoever dams are the commission because of the lake going so low in water.
Yeah,
The
it's the lowest it's ever been.
Yeah. What's that called again?
Mead, Lake Mead.
I know it's like me, but what do you call the
Hoover Dam.
lowness? The lowness in the lowness of the water. What do you call it? Oh, I forget the name of it. Rock bottom or something you called it.
Low water level?
Dry rock.
Yeah,
or-
lake
road.
bed.
can't remember.
Trout? Something?
Can't remember.
Trout.
I'll
What
search
are
it.
you doing, Dave? Going fishing?
Yeah, I heard while I was watching a YouTube video on Lake Mead and the things that are coming out of
Oh, yeah.
water and they're
all the
saying
dead bodies
they're
from the freaking
bed
mafia
bodies,
days. Cars
55-gallon
and frickin'
drums with
boats
bodies
and
in
all
it.
kinds of shit. They're finding all kinds of shit they had no idea was down
These are
there.
people who
Barrels
probably
with
all
bodies
tried
in,
to
you know,
screw
steel
over
drum with
casinos.
bodies in it, you know.
These are ex-cheaters that got caught on the craps tables.
Yeah, it's from the 50s, 60s mafia casino days, you know.
Mm.
That's where you ended up if you fucked up.
No, that's
Well, maybe not fucked up, but if they just didn't fuck it.
got caught cheating.
Yeah, the movies I've seen of them getting caught in Las Vegas cheating, they got off, like, you know, like missing hands or something.
Yep.
But like you said, in real life, you get into a 55-gallon drum, weighted down.
There's actually a mini TV series on YouTube about Vegas cheats. Quite interesting to watch, actually. There was
Yeah, you've
one
seen
particular-
Casino with
Yeah, there was a particular family. This guy who created a cheat device for slot machines. So the machine couldn't read how many coins it was spitting out, so it would just continue to spit out. They estimated this one family of 5 people inside a 6-month period took 1.3 million out of casinos along the strip.
Wow.
Yeah.
They must have been happy for a while.
You can't get away with that in this day and age. The computers are all logged. You get a ticket payout, and then you take the ticket payout to the.
There was
cage.
also some counterfeit chips that someone made
That's
millions
the
and
next
millions
episode that I'm about to watch, John. So please don't spoil it for me.
of. Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna watch it now and then verbate it as I'm watching it, just because you said that.
Of course you fucking would.
No, I wouldn't, because that
Yes,
is
you
something
would.
that definitely would not interest me. Not even in the slightest.
I like the idea of people who sort of, you know, have the ingenuity to pull some of their shit off. That to me fascinates me. Some of the engineering stuff you'd have to consider, and yeah, I like that.
Yeah, there's probably more camera observers or you know, the security that sits in that one room
dude.
and watching those monitors. There's probably more of those than that come in and pull that one-armed bandit.
Yeah, well, there was. I happen to remember something from the last episode that we were watching. During the 50s, 60s, 70s, while the casinos were being built, there was an average of 1 camera to 22 people. And now that is more like 32 cameras to a single person, especially around the cage. And also, the video technology they had back then was like standard depth. Now we've got 1080p tilt zoom cameras.
Oh yeah, and they're tiny.
They're using AI also to read and pick up on cheats. Looking at betting strategies, and it can read the cards that are, you know, dealt false out on the table, and it works out
Yeah, I
probabilities.
think GoPro came out from that technology.
Oh, absolutely, probably. GoPro's got some of the smallest high definition 4K cameras you can get.
Well, I'm actually ahead of you, Jay.
Yeah, you are, because I was the last person to even get their engines running, and I got 3 engines to start on this, not 2.
Alright. I see Rob ahead of me. Miles ahead of me on the radar.
So I'm going to see if I can gain on you guys in a minute as soon as I get up to cruise.
John's to the right hand side of me, Dave's to the northeast. Or something of me, like. What I was saying about the Lake Mead is Deadpool. Right low to the ground. Deadpool.
For a second, I actually thought you were talking about Deadpool. I was like,
No.
Yeah, there's a character, Deadpool.
Lake Mead went down to Deadpool, which means that Hoover Dam could no longer provide water for Las Vegas, so...
How about
water,
electricity?
power.
You know,
That's
it
what
gets
I'm
down
saying.
too low. Oh, okay. No
Yeah,
power.
the problem they got at the dam is the water level's too low for them to cycle some of the intake valves because they can't reach them anymore.
Yep.
Welcome to California.
All 4
Like
generators.
bad.
low level ones, they got generators that can, you know, they can keep them all running, when the water level gets that lower, they'll just deplete the entire lake. So they have to hold it back and just start shutting down some of the chutes.
You know what really drives me nuts though when we start talking about water issues, especially when you're talking about California and West Coast. You're talking about the one place in the world that grows more avocados than anywhere. And the amount of water required for an avocado to grow
Don't forget
one
almonds. They're
is
even
just
worse.
unreal.
Yep.
Yeah, Death Valley is it's northwest of me right now. I can see it on little nav map. And if they drilled a hole from the ocean to that, it's 300 feet below sea level. Just think what kind of climate change that would produce in this area.
They need to do something. They can't carry on using water at the rate they're currently using it.
Now it's
unsustainable.
Unbelievable. The hypocrites.
I mean, there was kickoff last year, wasn't there? There was kickoff last year about this. A bunch of like celebrities, like Cher and everyone, who were living out in Beverly Hills, and how some of their gardens were luscious green and others were brown because they were ignoring the housepipe bans.
Well, Michigan has a problem of people from not America. They've got rights to take out water from Lake Michigan, bottle it, and ship it out. And that kind of water for the watershed does not come back. It's not replenishable. Who was a smart aleck that did that?
Yeah, it's the hypocrisy of some of these. They say they want sustainability, and yet they don't mind when it's beneficial to them.
Stability, as long as it benefits them, yeah. Money talks, though, doesn't it?
It does. Very much so.
Not all the time.
Unfortunately, it's the vast majority of times. I mean, look at the UK government right now.
A lot of
giving
hands
tax
getting
cuts
greased
to the rich. I'm like, fuck off. These are the people that should be paying more tax than anyone.
Right.
Some people say, I gave you money to do this, I give you money to do that. Nah, right, don't want your money.
Yeah, the thing is, you guys, those rich, they have an army of tax lawyers that will allow them not to pay taxes, but they're spilling a lot of money to those tax lawyers.
Yeah, but underwrite them due to charity donations and all of that lot in order to get their tax liability down in the first place. We all know about that. Jimmy Carr in particular, one British comedian who really fell short of those rules. But
Peanut farmer.
Everyone's at it.
He fell really short? What do you mean by that?
He was in that tax evasion thing. Not tax evasion, it was tax exploitation, wasn't it?
Yeah. He was exploiting every single little rule in order to have as minimum tax liability as possible and thus pay lower tax than, say, pay me. And he probably earns about 100 times more than what I do.
Yeah.
People still tease him about it today. I mean, if you ever watch 8 out of 10 Cats Does Countdown, I don't know how many times it's been mentioned during the series that they were filming that over multiple series. But, you know, that's just one British comedian / actor. You know, in the grand scheme of things, even Trump is being sued right now for tax evasion.
Well, they're doing everything under the sun for him.
I was just about to say, it doesn't matter.
And it's all just bogus.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
They've tried for 6 years to get him.
What need does any previous president have to have any top class secret files at all in his own private residence after he's no longer president? There is no.
Every president you can think of has done that, Jay. Top secret too. Obama did, and he stored his in a what was that? An abandoned, some kind of abandoned restaurant, in a storage room in a restaurant. That's where he kept his presidential records that he took out with secret, top secret, confidential. Because every president does that for for their president library, if they get one built.
Jay's coming up to the inside of me, or the
Yeah,
outside of me here.
I don't think any political figure, past or present, should have secret documents like that in your own personal residence.
Well, they do it because the law allows them to do it, Jay. And like
Yeah, I know.
Bet you
That's
that can-
exactly
Sanjay
what's
say-
wrong.
I bet you
that
they can change that
Trump
law
had
soon.
the ability to declassify anything, and when they leave the White House, it's all automatically declassified. He doesn't even have to go through any kind of program. No president ex-pose has to do that. They just take them, and he doesn't take them. There's a army of people, the Secret Service, that packs the boxes and then ships them.
Yeah, I still don't think you should be doing that. That is one data security risk that's really
I agree.
not worth taking.
I wholly
in
agree,
Any
yeah.
circumstance. How many situations have we had in England where, and this is just England, John, for reference. How many times have various police forces, Rob can back me up on this, how many times have various police forces lost laptops containing confidential data? How many times have NHS workers lost laptops with patient records on them, which are classified under, need to know basis kind of thing? That's personal records. There's no need to
Exactly,
have it.
yeah.
But then these hard drives disappear out of these laptops, and the devices are never recovered, and then our
And they don't
information's
need
sold.
that, Jay. It goes into the cloud. Yeah, the
Yeah,
cloud
exactly.
has
It goes into the cloud, and before you know it, some hacker with your personal details is setting up a loan or a mortgage in your name. It doesn't take much
Well,
to be
I'm looking at this one lake.
identity
It's
theft.
on top of a mountain range. It looks pretty high. I wonder what the altitude is from there.
Right,
Lots
Jay,
of shit.
right, Jay, you've caught up with me there, so you have ground speed 785 knots to my 473. Come on, 3 engines. Two engines doesn't work.
I am not doing that on my ground speed. I don't know what you're reading my ground speed from, but it's not that.
Little nav map.
Yeah, it's wrong. I got
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, that's an error.
515 is my ground speed at the moment.
Flight level 261.
Yeah, well, I've got my altimeter reset to standard 2992. I'm at 26,000.
I'm at 30,000. Doing 473 knots. Maxed out, like I can't go any faster than this. I'm literally right below the red and black bar.
I would have thought with this pressure you would have been at 30,200 feet, not 30,009 feet.
No, I'm actually hitting 30,000.
Well, that you should do indicated. What I'm asking is your altimeter set correctly? Are they in standard mode? in
Yep,
cruise?
it's a standard hip. Standard hip.
But yeah, that whole politician thing, what pisses me off is one of the old chancellors, his name was George Osborne, from 2010 until 2014, I think. David Cameron's
I
chancellor.
know exactly where you're going with this.
He created tax loopholes, and when he was no longer chancellor, he went to various companies, and I think it's like 5 companies that now pays him £600,000 a year for 1 day a year. That's like 600,000 times 5, just to tell them how to file their taxes through the loophole.
Right, top of descent's coming up in about half a mile, so I'm starting to my descent now.
Yeah, UPS 9067 went out top of descent, beginning descent now. Initially will be flight level 2000.
Yeah, you guys talking about all those the wealth. I think most of the wealth in the world is on those offshore banks.
Oh yeah, the Panama Papers in particular were an interesting read. More so because the Isle of Man, I don't know why they still consider us to be a tax haven when we're not, because we pay exactly the same tax as England. But to give you an example, Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 driver, world champion, his personal jet registered here to the Isle of Man. Vast majority of private planes that are bought and chartered through the UK are typically registered here in the Isle of Man, because it used to be the case that they could get away with tax write-offs, which is interesting. But when you look at the Panama Papers and how they were released, the amount of offshore bank accounts held by Isle of Man residents or people with Isle of Man residential permits was off the scale. You know, you're talking about hiding tens, if not hundreds of thousands of your personal wealth away from the taxman. And I get why people do it, but at the same time, if everybody did that, then we wouldn't be paying nearly as much tax, and the National Health Service wouldn't exist. We're wondering why the NHS is already hemorrhaging money, and it's because the vast majority of people are going and stashing their accounts out in the middle of nowhere where they're not known about.
Those clouds
luxury
over those mountain line.
Luxury's initial descent is to 13,000 feet this time. From
I'm
300,000.
Just checking as well. Destination elevation 17 feet above sea level.
I have one more thing to add about shore money. Well, yeah, offshore accounts. Trump tried to get that money back into our country by waiving taxes on that, and he did. He got trillions of dollars back into our economy. That's the reason why America was booming with his administration.
But he didn't get some of the biggest companies to come back because Facebook's main European holdings was still in Ireland, and he never forced them to come back. And had he done that, the amount of revenue you would have had coming in just from Facebook alone would have been unreal. But the vast majority of every company around the world, it's not an American problem, it's not a British problem. Every single one of them are looking at ways of cutting their tax liability in order to screw over the little guy. And ultimately, they're screwing over themselves, not in their own pockets, but if they, this is why services, especially in the US, are as expensive as they are as well. Fucking hell, $5,000 for a trip in an ambulance. Doesn't matter how far you live away from the hospital.
I almost got caught with that. I when I went to a urgent care clinic, they called an ambulance for me, and I said, I'm not going to go to that ambulance. If I'm going to go to a hospital, I'll either drive myself or have my brother come and pick me up. Not going to go into that ambulance.
Uber would be cheaper. Just order me an Uber. I'll do it.
Yeah, Uber. With the IB sticking me. No, it's they tried to do that, and my brother got caught with that. I think his was 3,000. You're right, it was 5,000 at first, but they reduced it down to 3,000 now. I'll never fall for that.
Still, that's a lot of money just for a vehicle ride to a hospital. That not involves any treatment at all. Nothing.
Well, if it's a true emergency where you're not responsive, I can see it. But if you are just advised to go to the hospital, and we'll supply you with an ambulance, say no to that. Just have your wife or someone else take you in.
Okay, well, I understand that, John, but let's say that you're in an ambulance and the only thing that's happened to you is, say, I don't know, you've had a heart attack, so they have to shock you. $5,000 is not enough to pass 2 or 3 amps of electricity through my body. I could do that with my microwave and kill myself 7 times over.
I just stick my finger in the light socket.
Yeah.
Lift me up to the light socket for a second.
Let me get this DC. Let me go out to the car, get the engine warmed up, and I'll jack myself off the 12-volt DC battery. And by the way, that's more than enough to kill you because the DC amps for a car
that's
battery,
amps, yeah.
Well, it's not voltage that kills you; it's ampage that kills you.
Yes, it does.
So, as little as half an amp across your heart
if
can
you're
stop
being shocked by a car battery when you're boosting,
there's 7,500 amps, Dave.
Oh yeah, you know it. It's not like sticking your finger in the light socket.
What was I going to say? Is the fire department ambulance, do you still need to pay for that, or is it just the private ambulance companies?
No, it's all of them.
Does the insurance even cover that in America?
Probably
80%, most of them.
Point, yeah.
Jesus.
Especially if you have Medicare.
At this point, no, I can't see anyone who couldn't afford to. Health insurance is probably probably more expensive than life insurance, is it, John? I'm not saying that but I'm just guessing here.
From what I've heard, $450 a month, and that's on the cheap end.
And that doesn't
Mine's
cover you for everything.
$190 a month for Medicare, taken out of my Social Security, and that's Part A and B. My booklet just came a couple days ago for the new fiscal year, and I might get Part C involved, and that's the medication.
Alright, gentlemen, I just checked the weather. Altimeter 300. Wind still unchanged 300, 10 knots.
Okay, thanks for the altimeter, and so we're still coming in on runway 9.
That was my next
You're
question.
going in
Niner,
on
right?
runway 9 with a 10 knot tailwind.
Which one are you?
Oh,
That's, I
then
thought-
27. That's
That
what I
was
have in the box right
27.
now is 27.
Yeah, 27s.
27.
From the
That's
sea.
where I'm going.
That's what I've got as well. 27 RNAV approach. No.
RNAV's easy to do. RNAV, you only have to do is make sure it's set in the autopilot and then change your MCP altitude to an altitude at which you're going to take manual control, and you just leave it.
You have to have your VNAV selected though,
Nope.
right?
Yeah, but on a lot of aircraft that's standard. On the MD11 it falls under auto flight, which is the same mode that you would have it in. Even if you were controlling the autopilot, it would be in auto flight mode because it's the only button that's selected. On the 737, the RNAV doesn't even look at any radios. It just behaves exactly like an ILS. So yeah, if you're flying on LNAV and VNAV, you don't need to set anything apart from your descent. So when I called out to you guys before, oh, our target airport elevation is 17 feet above sea level. What I normally do in low visibility conditions, let's say that the runway altitude's 2,300 feet above sea level, I'll set my autopilot to 2,400 feet. So at 100 feet, the autopilot's going to try and level me off. And the only reason why I do that is because if I can't see the airport at 100 feet above ground level, I'm going around. But that's also when I hear the altitude alert, which normally goes off about it's about 100 feet before you reach that.
Well, it depends on your decision height is set, right?
Well, it depends. Decision height doesn't exist on the MD11, but it just comes under minimums. But yeah, I mean, it can depend on the airport entirely. But for this particular airport, I have the altitude select on the autopilot as 100 feet. So this is going to descend me down all the way down to 100 feet above ground level. And I'll normally on manual way before then, but it will just continuously, it's in a continuous descent now, all the way down to 100 feet.
San Diego traffic, Quester 375 on approach runway 27 ILS. Currently just passing through 11,000 for 3,000 on my LNAV approach. And I'll switch to, hopefully, to ILS approach, runway 27. Let's see. I'm thinking that's it.
Little nav map, I can see Dave at 14,000 feet.
There's somebody up ahead of me here to my left, and I have no idea. I can't tell who that is.
Position reports are a good idea. Let's see, 308. We're coming through about 14,000. So that's probably me. You're thinking of Mickey. Making right base approach runway ILS runway 27.
That's really annoying that little nav map doesn't give you an ID of who it is. It just gives you a number. Like it shows Rob as number 5. And it gives me his altitude and vertical speed. But
what you have to do is memorize the number after you visually identify somebody.
I just pulled a radar up on Swift to find out who is who.
101
is.
If
you see somebody on the ground, you look at on your.
Oh yeah, right.
What number
okay.
it is
Swift.
and memorize it.
Luxury 101 overflying the Julian VOR at 13,000 feet this time.
Coastline looks pretty bleak. Oh yeah, San Diego traffic, Questra 375. I'm on my Gato Z approach for runway 27. Wait a minute, that's not right.
Those trees look those mountains look spectacular out there with those trees on them. Hmm.
I was going to say, who is that all the way out on the coast? But that's John.
Right, I'm lost. I'm doing a wrong way Harrington there.
I think your computer's set up for 09, considering how
It
far
is.
it is going, yeah.
So I'm gonna go to a manual approach for 27.
I know I can see Dave is way too high for this approach.
Yeah, it's taking a wider right or left base to 27 now, 308.
Yeah, Dave, I doubt that you're going to get down in that distance, mate. If by comparison, direct ahead of you is Rob in a 747, he's at 6,800 feet.
Can you see San Diego Airport on that for is it?
And I'm only 6 miles behind Rob, Dave. And I'm down at 4,500 feet.
Alright, my master plan is coming together.
Uh-huh. Which plan is that? Is that to plow that 7-3 into the runway?
Plan D, yep.
Midland 2, slow into 200 knots.
Yeah, Dave, you're that high, I don't even have you on TCAS yet. It's now 5,000 feet ahead above me. And Rob, I've got you 5.5 miles ahead. You said you were slowing to 200, right?
Roger, roger.
I'll start reducing now.
See, Dave's just crossed your path, Jay.
He was right below me. I saw him.
No, that was Rob.
Everything's fine.
Dave, that was Rob that you just cut off.
No,
I'm
that's
off the
Rob.
left.
I saw pass below me, and then there's Jay. And it's okay, no conflict. I'm watching on the nav here, so we're good. I'm changing my approach now to a left base from right base to final sort of approach. 308.
Is that San Diego Airport on that island?
It's not on an island, but it's right on the coast.
Oh, I think I see it.
Rob, let us know if you make any slowdowns. I've closed in on you a little bit during my reduction here.
Yeah, I'm sliding into minimus now, which is 140 knots.
Oof. I think you're going to do better than me than landing speed. What's mine? 157. And that's a flaps 50 land as well.
Just over flying the dam right now. Oh, nice wee dam there.
Yeah,
And Midland 2 is fully visual.
Is that dam not going to be the Hoover Dam? No.
No, it's too far. It's too
No, it's a different one.
different one.
Yeah, Hoover Dam
That
is
was
in
over
Las
by
Vegas. My
Yeah,
Boulder
we were
City.
close to it. We were quite close to it there when we were in Vegas. Yeah.
Yeah, the people in Boulder City was really pissed off when Hoover named that dam Hoover Dam.
Yeah, they wanted Boulder Dam. Some of them still
Yeah.
call it that.
It's the Colorado River, isn't it? Over them.
Traffic.
Oh, there's Dave on my TCAS.
Yeah, that's right, Colorado River. All right, Mickey, you should be pretty close to me. You're passing from left to right, and I'll follow you in since I made the full paw on my programming.
Yeah, I've actually passed you, John, by a good bit. I'm closer to J than I am to you.
I'm still in my right downwind for runway 27 at 5,000 feet.
I've got the runway dash lines on my the approach dash white lines on my nav display now. So,
Oh, those are nice to follow in, huh?
oh yeah, I'm just gonna fire them in.
Yeah, even though I have my FMC program for runway 9, those lines extend back to the other runway too. So at least they're on my nav display.
Traffic, San Diego traffic UPS 9067, number 2 in trail for runway 27. Yeah, I'm closing in on you really quick, Rob.
Roger, roger.
Caution, terrain, and nowhere near the train.
San Diego traffic Quester 375 on a right base for so, approach runway 27. Currently at 4,000. Be number 4 for landing.
And traffic 308. Yep, we slipped in right in the middle of the pocket there where I could. We're established localizer, hoping to pick up the glide slope shortly. 308.
There is no glide slope, there's only a localizer.
Ah, damn it.
San Diego traffic, Midland 2, final 27.
It looks like I'm number 5 for landing.
San Diego traffic luxury 101, 2,300, and slowing to minimums. Following the white dash lines and runway 27, luxury 10.
Everybody's on the 27 line but me right now. I'm 10 miles away from the intercept.
These citizens are not going to like this 747 just cruising above their roofs, man.
They've got nothing to worry about. Just wait until this MD11 parks their ass will work turbulence. At least your thing's quiet. This thing is not quiet. MD11's like the 727 of the day. Then the amount of noise, the high-pitched noise that the MD makes over anything is unreal.
101's got the runway in sight.
Yeah, Dave. Anything that's not marked as like a glide slope, I found that the equation 10 miles out, 800 feet per minute descent usually gets you
Oh yeah. I
right on
I
the runway.
expected to get a glide slope, and thanks for reminding me that was not an option, because then I
Oh
quickly
shit! There's
configured
power
to
lines
that.
in front of this runway too.
Yeah, I just saw that. 308 runway in sight. We're coming in.
MD11 vacated.
967 short final.
Sync rate, sync rate, sync rate.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
I was literally surfing those rooftops on the way in.
Yeah, I was there. I just almost stalled it at the threshold.
Here's a naval base. That's where my sister had her wedding. I fell in love with a Latino that was attendant.
See an aircraft in front of me there, I fix it. Slowing down as much as I can.
Probably Dave cut you up.
He probably did.
Oh, sorry. How come there's a building in there? Now I don't know. I can't. Oh, there's.
967 clear of runway 27.
101's on finals behind the Canada. Fuck, this is gonna be close, Dave. Very close.
I forgot how this approach has so much, like, boy, you don't want to fucking come up short around here, man. You're taking a lot of people with you.
Go for maximum order bricks. Better go long, Dave.
Okay, wait. 308, we're exiting right now. Traffic 308 is clear the active.
101, short finals 27.
San Diego traffic, Twister 375, intercepting the localizer for runway 27. Runway's in sight, number last for landing. Oh man, the fine tuning I did on these controls, it's just a light touch now instead of whacking it.
And 101's clear the active.
I watched a great classic movie last night. Brought back so many fond memories. Castaway.
Oh yeah.
Ah, nice movie.
Yeah,
Look
no,
what I did! I made
just,
fire!
look at me! I created fire. I love doing the dance around it.
Yeah.
For me, one of the funniest parts of that is when he's actually got over the thing and he loses Wilson, and it's just like, no, Wilson, no, I'm so sorry.
Oh, when he lost him off the rap.
Yeah.
Wilson!
It's like watching Titanic. I'll never let you go, Jack.
Oh, yeah.
Snaps his finger off and lets him sink.
And at the very end of it, where he's rescuing everything at the buffet, and he reaches down, he's looking at all the food, and he reaches down and picks up a barbecue lighter and lights it a couple times, just looking at the flame, going, "Fuck! I wish I had one of
then
these."
He's in his hotel room with the light switch, turning it on and off.
Yeah. Little things like that were,
I fucking
good
love
rating.
that movie. It's brilliant.
375, a very short final now.
Oh, here he comes.
No
Love the
pressure.
jet.
Nobody's watching. Nobody's streaming. Nobody's recording this at any point. Don't worry about it.
I'll have
Not
to
a
do.
problem.
I'll have to do me, guys. Buster needs his walkies.
But I want to go for walkies. Oh, not me. Sorry.
What you do is you open the door, you punt him like an American football, and then you go.
Fuck off, Roger.
American football. That's
Yeah.
a different type of football, yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't want to kick the dog, so I suppose I try and modify it.
Oh man, nice eye candy on the approach.
Oh, yeah,
With
it's
the
really
planes.
pretty. Really pretty. I'm watching right now. I
That's
just love
sweet.
how smooth this runs. Like, I'm watching the landing here, and it's like,
It's good,
it's so
isn't
cool that because you can see when they're fucking up and they're not on the line, and if they were, they
Start rocking
you
left
get
and
the
right on the
numbers-
wing.
yeah, exactly.
Speaking-
Yeah, well,
you
speaking
can
of,
see that detail. In the old days, you couldn't really see that. You could kind of guesstimate, but
Oh,
Yep.
you could
Now
see
you
it
can
only
really
if you
see
had
it.
enough time to actually be in radar, because it used to update once a second in FS Host. So you could
Yeah,
see
yeah.
somebody all of a sudden put their left wing down, and in a second it would refresh to be level. So you'd never really, it didn't allow the position reports didn't update fast enough to show you
Yeah,
like a
what's going on.
slideshow.
Yeah,
like I said, every once in a while,
very,
like
very
watching that.
poor
375 clear.
Yeah,
like
just
one frame
watching
a second.
watching John come in the approach, how smooth it was. Being the
It took me a while to get the wheels on the
oh yeah,
runway,
you ran long.
but it was a light touch, and it was just a like butterfly
Yeah, you
was
didn't
surfing.
you didn't hit the numbers, but you still had enough runway to stop. So you're
Speaking
fine.
of flying and
But
so
it's nice
on,
that you can see
Wednesday,
that now.
Jay?
It's
Yes, I
never,
agree.
It used to be so inaccurate, if that makes any sense. But now with our high speeds and blah 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 blah, it's working swift
I
and
was
what
gonna
have
say,
you. It's
Midway's
nice.
not this one.
No, I'm talking IL2.
Of course you are.
What's the date today? Shit,
It's
did I change it
Sunday.
on?
25th.
Did I change it on the frickin'?
Wednesday would be the 28th.
Oh no, I didn't change it yet. What date? What's the date of
October
midweek
5th.
first? It's October 5.
Yes. So it's about a week and a half.
I sometimes forget to update the date. Rob never. I don't know. Nobody does it but me, and always has. So I just do it, but sometimes I forget. Okay, so now it's October 5th. There we go.
Oct 5.
Yeah, just in the TeamSpeak channel, so you know when the next one. The quick reference.
No, next
Remind
week.
me, Roger, from now on at the end of it midweek. Hey, change the date. When's the next one? Change the date on TeamSpeak, would you?
1 second.
If I would remember as well, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be
On,
back.
on TeamSpeak. Where am I looking on TeamSpeak? Midway
No,
is-
it's already done. It's already done. He was telling me in the future that I should remind him about changing it once the midweek has been completed.
Or maybe he should just fucking do it when he ends the session.
Channel edited.
Yes.
Well, that's what I keep forgetting to do, for Christ's sake. Okay? Yeah. And I forgot again. I just noticed now, for Christ's sake. Because
Yeah.
somebody was talking about it. Oh, when's the midweek going? Oh, I forgot to do the channel.
Yep.
Okay,
But
I'm
then-
fully ready.
Rob used to do it too. Cloggy Rob. I used to forget to turn off the server set weather. We'd come round to the Sunday session and everyone would be forced in some terrible weather, which was not what the meteors were reading for forecasts.
So you're thinking about joining in on IL2 next Wednesday then, maybe?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I was away for a second. Actually, it was Ian that used to do that. He did the TeamSpeak. And, but after Ian passed, I've been doing the TeamSpeak ever since then. Like after the
I
midweek.
think I have done
Just
it
to
once or
change the
twice
date
as
on the
well.
midweek channel, right?
I think I've done it once
But
or
Rob's
twice as well.
never done it. He just puts his plan in and does the website part
Yep.
of it, right?
Yep.
As far as TeamSpeak, he doesn't do anything there as far as changing shit. It's because that's the only thing that has to ever change. I mean, I suggested to him that if he wants to put some of the files in the TeamSpeak browser on a weekly basis, right, the same ones you download from the website, right, you could just as easily put them in the file browser midweek every week. And and sometimes we've had to do that where a new member comes in, doesn't have access to the website or whatever reason, says, okay, we can upload a piece or whatever of the zip file to the TeamSpeak channel, right? Like even the zip itself, it's not that big, I don't think. Right? We could just be stockpiling. That's what we should be doing actually, is just start stockpiling the zips.
I have all
the midweek
of the midweeks.
Oh yeah, you do good, right? Yeah, don't lose that, man. Back that up somewhere, would you? Yeah. We talked about this.
Well, I can't because until people start taking stuff off the FTP that's no longer used. For example, the entire
even if
3,
you
hang on, Dave, the entire TeamSpeak 3 backup is up there, and people keep adding to TeamSpeak. So TeamSpeak's using the storage space, and the FTP is out of it. So I can't upload stuff.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying.
Start deleting stuff.
I just meant like put it on a memory stick or something. All the files you got can't be that big.
A flash memory stick, even if it was big enough, I wouldn't trust it. I had Bitcoin on a flash drive. I wouldn't trust that, and I don't trust it. I lost 50 Bitcoin on a flash drive because of that back in the day.
I gotcha. I hear you.
Flash drive is not the way forward. And use a DVD or optical before you even suggest it. And no, I'm not putting on floppies.
No.
That would be funny.
Depends how big.
Imagine that I send like 3 cases with 100 floppies to Dave.
So 12.
Well, no. What we could do there, Jay, is if you maybe we make room, put it on the FTP. John and I'll grab it, or whoever.
I cannot
grab the files, so we got a copy of it too. And no matter what, we can always pull one up. Right?
Yeah, I got plenty of hard drives.
I got
external hard drives.
I don't have all of them.
No, I understand that. I know everyone else has got plenty of storage, but no matter how many times I tell people that the FTP is out of storage, people are still adding stuff to it. So I can no longer add stuff to it. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't even upload a Top Gear episode for Roger last week. I had to send it to him on Dropbox, and that was under a gig.
Well, like I said, depending on how big they are, maybe it's even big enough to just use the midweek channel. To put them up there. Everybody got a copy of it. Okay.
If nobody clears it out, it's still going.
No, that's what I'm saying. But we'll just actually do that. Is actually put all the whatever the zips up. Everybody grab a copy. Then we just dump them all off, and I'll just store it on another hard drive.
They were, Dave. What do you think the TeamSpeak 3 backup folder is for on the FTP? It's a backup of everything on TeamSpeak before I cleared TeamSpeak out. Now, if I wanted to go through TeamSpeak, I'm going to have to back up every folder again because it's been refilled since then. And this is on the same storage drive that it shares with the FTP. So if TeamSpeak is full or the FTP is full, then either one of them will be full, the more stuff that gets uploaded to either or. They still consume the same disk. So it doesn't matter if it's TeamSpeak or FTP. They're all sharing the same storage.
Okay, well, anyway, we got to make sure we keep a backup.
We got to have a cleanup through TeamSpeak 3 again.
Yeah. Well, that's part of it, I'm sure. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I gotta get ready to fly.
I mean, if a worst case scenario, I am the one that changes the date on the midweek. If I remember, I've done it once or twice before, but that's it.
See, I would commit to doing it, but I can't always commit to being here on a Wednesday.
No, that's it. No.
No worries. It's just like I said. It's periodically I forget.
Yeah.
And nobody even really noticed except me until you started talking about it. So it's not a big deal.
No.
I just prefer to have it up there right after the session.
Away,
so no matter what somebody asks me, I don't have to freaking pull out a calendar. I just look on TeamSpeak. Well, it says right there. It's just a formality. We've always had it. You know what I mean?
It's like, isn't it, when everyone goes, "Oh, we're at midweek. Oh, what's the Starting Airport?" Read the fucking flight plan.
Yeah, like it's all on the website. If you're a midweeker, you know from the website what the date is and shit, right? There's the TeamSpeak channel is just an advertising thing, right? I just like to keep it up to date. more than middle of the month kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's no biggie. It's just, yeah. If you ever notice I haven't updated it, just mention it.
Yeah,
Or
stand
fix
by.
it yourselves, right? You guys know how to do it. You can fix it yourself if you got
roger
access.
that.
Right?
I'm trying to get pre-flight done.
Yeah, me too. I'm not talking anymore because I'm fucking myself big time. Where are we going again? Where's the?
What were you saying about not talking?
We're in the
Yeah,
wrong
well,
channel, for Christ's sakes. We're going from San Diego to Phoenix, Arizona.
He wore that out in your last conversation, and he asked where we're
Oh,
going.
my. Yeah, I know.
I ain't talking no more.
I can
Seconds
feel
after
my
I started
brain
it.
cells leaving the building.
Canadian.
I just have a mess with you.
God,
Okay,
I wish Ian was
focus.
here. Ian would be like, "What the fuck is wrong with you, Dave? You need to go to the doctor." In fact, I'm pretty sure that would be exactly Ian's response.
Now, this is a long haul. Well, for me
Long
anyway,
haul,
Jay.
270 miles. Ooh,
Yeah, I'm gonna know
65
what,
miles faster
31,000.
than
Yeah,
what
it
we've
is a long
done,
one.
tonight. It also looks like we will be arriving the 7s at Phoenix. 7 and 8.
7 left for me.
Yeah.
So we're next midweek is going to be in Slovenia.
Slovenia.
Hmm?
That could be interesting.
Mhm.
Oh, speaking of midweek, I just got myself some more aircraft.
Ooh.
I'm so happy I actually have a Kodiak, a Quest Kodiak with a G1000 Garmin that works beautifully.
Nice.
You know that guy from Missionary Bush Pilot on YouTube? I've got his plane. It is fucking awesome. It's not
Nice.
great for doing midweek because admittedly the Kodiak Quest is not that fast. But for a single engine, it's got some of the most modern avionics you can have on an aircraft.
Yeah, but
Dave.
I mean, that's the downside of the plane that I fly. It's a bit too quick,
Was
and
that
it
the
has.
Saab?
No. The Piper Meridian.
Oh.
Malibu. Yeah. It's a bit too quick. The stall speed is quite high, which means it's tougher to land than the 340, the Saab. Which you could tell on the last midweek on the final landing where I went off the rail straight into
Yeah, I
the
saw
lake.
that.
Because it didn't stop.
It looked like you were a little thirsty. It's like, hold my beer.
Yep, splat, and that was it.
Hold my beer. It's got water in it.
Yep.
Altimeter's changed, gentlemen, to 999 at 8 now.
It's pretty low at Phoenix. I think it's 29990.
Yep, beginning engine startup.
I'm ready to go, guys.
Hey, 308. I think I'm good. Holding behind some other guys.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dave, I've still got another 2 engines to spool, and I can't spool more than 1 engine at a time. So
It's okay. I just remembered I need some gas anyway. Don't worry. I need a minute.
And a gobstopper.
You were mentioning the distance that I better make sure I got enough for an hour.
You say it. No.
Wasn't that from just
Roger's
Papa?
dying. Yeah, I think Roger's dying over there after that one.
Huh? Say what?
It sounded
Eddie
like
didn't.
you were dying over there.
Huh?
I'll explain in a minute, for fuck's sake.
I have no idea what you were on about. I was watching a YouTube video, so I heard literally nothing.
Okay. I said to Dave, he's got to wait because he's behind me and I can only spool 1 engine at a time. He's like, oh no, it's okay, I need fuel. And I said, and a gobstopper. And then I heard just this little snigger from your end.
Oh, that was timing from the video I was watching then.
Yeah, probably.
Yes.
I don't even know if the American... Do you guys know what gobstoppers are?
Yeah, we do. From Charlie.
I'm sure you guys have got a different American name for it.
Yeah,
like
they
you
call
normally
it
will.
Willy
something
Wonka,
else.
and then yeah.
I
Seven
think they
dwarfs.
called Jawbreaker in the US.
Jawbreakers in the US, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right. That's what Dave needs.
What he
Okay, so
needs-
Rob
So-
I'm
drops
not
on
going
the
to
runway.
talk at all 5 seconds later.
Who's
Are we all
who's going next? Or Rob's on the runway.
Yeah,
I can get on.
I've got one more engine spooling Dave, and I've already got 2 running. So
Oh, you're not in my way. I can get on the runway right here. So
you're really going in number 2 behind Rob. I am, motherfucker.
All right. Well, what are you asking me to wait or telling me to
No,
wait?
I'm telling you, you're waiting.
All right. I guess I'm number 3 or 4. I'll go last. Anyway. I've been going freaking at the beginning all the way through. Anyway.
Let me know when you're
Mickey's
ready,
the
Joe.
walk
This is starting
buster.
to feel like midweek last month all
Yeah,
over again.
Free
Yeah,
for
let's
all.
get
That's
it
why I
out, Rob.
Who's
invited
going
Roger
first,
to
but
come
who
in.
landed last?
That's why I invited Roger to just, fly around and get in the way until we
Are you
can
done,
leave him
Jack?
far enough behind.
Yeah, take off, eh?
Okay, good one too, Rob.
San Diego traffic, Quest Air 375 will be number 2 for departure. And as soon as the Boeing gets out of the way, I'll be lining
Oh,
up
sure.
the runway.
He gets
27.
number 2. I get denied. He gets number 2. I thought.
While I'm here.
I got all 3 engines running now. I'm already in taxi.
Yeah, I
Well,
thought.
I'm on the other side of the runway and
Sir
in front of
Jason
you.
Hewitt there was.
Go ahead,
calling
line up,
for
though.
Next.
Yeah, I'm gonna need every part of this 9,000 feet.
Yeah, Dave, you could have lined up already. Threshold is quite a ways
Whoa, who's
up
that?
I know,
ahead
yeah,
there.
but I was told by Sir Jason Hewitt that I was told I had to wait, and you just drove right in and cut him off. I'm
Yeah, you
watching
did.
the Persian speak.
I told
He
you it's number 2
announced
for
he was
takeoff.
taking off after Rob,
We'd already had
and
that
then you
discussion
just
before
cut
you
right in
said
like
number
a
2.
typical Yank. I should have streamed that for it.
No, I am no. So this is all.
Oh, did you? Okay, well,
it's all
there's an
recorded.
incident. If it's under review later, we can
375 rolling.
go to the footage. See, this is what happens. You got no ATC. Eh?
Rob, it looked like you were taking off in slow motion.
$9,067 rolling.
Air Canada taking position after the UPSer. I think Roger's laughing at you guys. He sounds like it to me.
No, Roger's always just watching a YouTube video and laughs over everyone on
Well,
gun.
can you laugh to yourself? And
He doesn't know
We're
how
busy.
to do that, Dave.
I know exactly how to
I
do
know.
it.
I
just
try.
ignore
I
you
just
guys.
do my part.
Yeah,
Zero
move his
roll
channel.
on,
Well, that's funny.
Why, everybody's going to mute your channel?
That's, I'm definitely, I think you, Jay, might actually find this funny. This is a long-running joke. It took him about 7 or 8 months for this to be realized.
Well, you'll have to give me a link so I can look at it later because I'm a little bit busy right now.
Yes. There you go. There's a few context in this, but you might enjoy it.
traffic 308, or sorry, San Diego traffic 308 is we're making right turn, passing overhead, exiting zone to the west.
Rob, did you take the Part 5 departure transition IPL?
I took the Zizu departure to IPL, yeah.
Ah, yeah, so your endpoint IPL's the same.
I believe
I'm
so,
headed
yeah.
for Pogie. Yeah, I got the Broder 7 departure. I got a nice story to tell you guys. Real life. My brother Jim. He's not a flight sim enthusiast like we are, but I've been bragging about my update with the Xplane and the 4 computers and that. He finally came over and says, "Oh, let me see what you got." And while I was booting up and everything, he told me a story where he went to Europe, Germany, for a job in real life, and he said he was up like 35, 40,000 feet, and you can actually see the waves in the ocean. Well, I had some weather that day, and he was surprised that Xplane actually shows waves in the water.
Well, it's good if you crank it all the way up. It's I think it rivals 2020. I really do.
The only thing for me that gives 2020 an edge over Xplane is the real-time satellite data for the buildings rendered off, Bing Maps. You know what I mean? That's probably the only difference.
Oh, the flying in 2020 is lackluster.
Yeah.
That's a nice way of saying it.
Yeah, I
That
agree.
748 is terrible. The built-in 748 is absolutely atrocious. But then again, most aircraft that are built into a sim are, and always have been, and for me that should not be a standard that we should be adhering to in this day and age, considering the technology available to everyone, not just developers, but even for regular players. If regular players can create, people who have some kind of programming knowledge, like the Level Up expansion for the 7.3 wasn't done by any huge, massive company. It was a team of young guys working on it. If they can pull it off, how can Microsoft, with a team of hundreds of people, literally, at Microsoft Game Studios, not pull off the same thing? Especially
Well, I know that
Microsoft
there's a
is now
great
the second
change
biggest company in the world.
in resolution, but FS9, you had like thousands and thousands of aircraft to pick, to fly. Now it's down to maybe 100 or less, but of course the resolution is just so much better. It's worth it.
Yeah, I don't
Now,
think I don't think
Xplane 12.
2020 though is worth
Yeah,
$120 though.
you think Xplane is going to compete with graphics and resolution and
No, they're not going to.
frames with 2020?
No, they won't be. They've already said it's more of a simulator than it is just 2020 is more of a simulator that runs on every piece of hardware, whereas X-Plane, there's supposed to be almost nothing that's going to be as realistic as the flight models implemented into XP12, and that's what XP12 strengths will be flight model, flight dynamics, realism. It's not going to be graphics, it won't be real-time satellite imagery, it won't be any of those things.
Yeah, I just watched a YouTube video on the guy. I did a review on the Xplane11, and he was impressed about the aerodynamics on takeoff. And this one aircraft that he used on Xplane11, and he says it's a lot better with Xplane12.
Yeah, I bought Xplane12 just to try it, and just, you know, Xplane has been pushing this A330. They've designed the most realistic add-on that has ever been included. But when I loaded it up, it's an Airbus A330 with a Boeing FMC.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me
Yeah,
wrong.
that's
I mean,
another thing
most
that
of
he
the work-
mentioned. Yeah, it's you get an Airbus and your FMS. Well, actually, it's your CDU is a FMS.
Yeah, I think this is where the problem there lies now, though, is that the vast majority of companies now do not do aircraft evolution. In terms of the developers for like Xplane12 2020, they don't care about the aircraft because they know that there's a huge market that's existed for the last 2 decades of third-party aircraft. So there's obviously a lower priority, and I get that. But I still don't think the default aircraft, either from 2020 or Xplane11, I can't talk about 12, but I mean, the 7.3 standard is better than any of the aircraft that I've tried on the 2020 that were out of the box, including the 748. You know, and the default 7.3 in Xplane11 is still pretty good, even before you apply the level up to it. I mean, the level up takes it to a new generation entirely. It feels like a new aircraft. The same is not true for anything that I've flown that was built into 2020. That 748 handled nothing like the PMDG that I've been flying for like 7 or 8 years. I mean, I've been flying that 747 since Flight Sim 2000. I know how it's supposed to react, you know, or I have some idea of the realism of how it's supposed to behave in what circumstances it's going to behave. And doing the same thing in 2020 with the 748, it was just so cobbled together. The visual model looks all right from the outside, but the panel, horrific. Flight computers, not even barely usable. It's taken, what, almost 2 years since 2020's release to get to where it is now, Sim Update 10 or 11. I don't know which Sim Update we're on, but that 748 is still terrible. I don't know a single person in my friends who flies on VATSIM using any built-in aircraft from any sim. I see a lot of people flying the level up 737. You don't see people flying the 748 that's built into into 2020 on VATSIM. Everyone's using a PMDG, or they're using the IFDG, or what was the other one, Rob? The other free 747 we had for like P3D and that. Was it iFly? Is it iFly, or I can't remember.
I think it was iFly, yeah.
Yeah. Even the iFly wasn't great. It wasn't PMDG level, but it was still better than anything else.
And I got mine for free.
Yeah, but I don't seriously think that the $120 that they're requesting for the deluxe edition of 2020 is anywhere near worth it. I don't even think the data that they have for these, because the deluxe has JFK in high detail, it has Heathrow in high detail. Well, I'm sorry, but you could quite easily, they didn't even really handcraft these airports at all. They left the AI to take the vast majority of the workload off.
I regret buying the premium deluxe for £120 because the premium airports are rather crap. I'm using the Builds Heathrow. I've got scenery for Chicago. All my airports that should be included in premium deluxe are not installed. The ones that are Sobev designed. I'm using all add-on scenery for them.
Yeah, so to me, you can't justify the price. And this is already an expensive hobby getting into it in the first place. To go spend $120 on a sim when you can buy X-Plane for less than 30. and you can get the standard version of 2020 for £8 a month on Game Pass for PC, it really makes no sense to buy a game anymore. And let's not forget, when you go and buy a game, you're not buying the game. You don't own the game. You have a license to use it, and that is it.
Right, I hate that.
Yeah.
The biggest thing for me for 2020 is the fact that default airports are rather good in 2020. You know, in P3D or FSX, it was like an eyesore. You could not fly anywhere into a default airport.
Oh yeah, I'll give you that. Even P3D4 looks outdated these days. P3D5 is getting closer to Xplane, but this is the problem I have with it is just there are multiple sides of it. It's the money involved, which drives people away from getting into this. You know, if you're having to buy a new sim every year and you're going to have like 2020, I can't imagine had I pre-ordered Premium Deluxe before release and then played game on release, I would be asking for my fucking money back from Microsoft.
Oh yeah,
every
that would have been
single
the
opportunity.
stupidest purchase ever. I remember
Cyberpunk-
the premium pack, and all you got was some extra aircraft.
Cyberpunk is become like
Hey,
a
Jay.
meme of the 21st century of just how bad games are. And 2020, it's taken 2 years to get to this point. It didn't take 2
I
years
knew
for
when
Cyberpunk to
they
sort
released
itself.
Jay,
that too
before-
early.
before
They
we pass
weren't
it.
ready. They fucked that up so bad. I'm not touching
You know
it.
that big lake
I
that
want to
we're
see
passing
the
over to the
visual
left?
effect,
Yeah.
but I know the aircraft dynamics are going to be shit. I just
Sorry, Dave. I gotta get this
I'm gonna
in.
have to tweak the crap out of it to make it at least feel like a real plane.
Yeah, that big body of water to the left is called Satan Sea.
Yeah, I see that. Well, to me, I
Well,
pronounce that
that's,
Sultan
you
Sea.
mean Jay's transponder code?
No, it's a different spelling. Saiton.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, so it is. Oh, hang on. No. It's L on... It is actually spelled with an L in...
Oh,
Little
it looked like an
Navman.
I to me. Yeah, Sultan Sea then.
Sultan Sea, and you've got Sultan City on the east side of it.
I gotta get a new pair of eyes.
I didn't think I was seeing things, but... I mean, everyone goes ahead and gives Cyberpunk a lot of shit. You know what? Rightly so. It'll become a meme for the 21st century of game developments that went horribly wrong at release date because they didn't delay it. For me, 2020 should have been delayed. I could list about a dozen games right now that.
Well, I know. I
the last
couldn't
2 years
believe.
that should
I
have been
couldn't
delayed.
believe, Jay, when they actually released it and they went for the target date and knowing it wasn't even close to ready.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't believe they did it. And then the feedback, even in our group, you know, and everybody that tried it, I think Rob was one of the early ones, Jeremy, there was a bunch of people.
Unfortunately, Dave,
And very
this is
disappointed.
This is a tradition that's carrying on with game companies. The last Call of Duty
Yeah.
games, both of them, were bad on release. Battlefield 2042 is one of the most perfect examples of this. Yes, Cyberpunk was bad on release, but not like Battlefield was. I mean, Battlefield, if any of you guys have even seen 2042, was horrific. And I do mean probably one of the worst. It was worse than Cyberpunk was at release. A game I spent $85 US pre-ordering. It was
it's funny that,
absolutely shocking.
Yeah, I mean, you figure they got to have some pushback and when they fuck up like that, right?
You would think
But-
so, but the only people they're accountable to is their shareholders.
Yeah,
The
and
shareholders
then,
don't care as long as they make their money. Because like Call of
yeah,
Duty
they
still
got
broke
their
sales
bonuses.
records.
They got their bonuses. Now it's all messed up, and we don't know how to fix it. So sorry.
Well,
And
this is
then
what I mean.
They,
That's
and they
exactly
don't
what I
sell
mean,
any
Dave.
more product because nobody's going to buy it anymore.
But this is exactly
It
why
is what it is.
the you know, I think the problems start at the top and they work their way down, and investors
Right.
are one of the worst people to deal with because they're the people, oh, I've put this much money, you're supposed to be making me this much back. Now, Battlefield did make a lot of money on launch, but they hemorrhaged a lot with people just like requesting refunds. CDPR, CD Projekt Red, the makers of Cyberpunk, their company has lost 65% of its value since the release of that one game. That is one game from CDPR. They lost 60% of that company's total net worth in that one incident. You take somebody like EA or Blizzard. Blizzard makes Call of Duty, EA makes Battlefield and the FIFA games and the Tiger Woods games. EA have pulled the same shit. Call of Duty have paid the same shit. The problem is it's always the same thing. You know, oh, we were trying to rush it out for our player base. The vast majority of the players want a fucking game that's polished and works. They don't care about when it comes out. GTA 6, I think Grand Theft Auto 6 is probably going to be another 3-4 years down the pipeline. People are saying it's going to be the next 2 years that we get it. I don't think so. If you look at the time frame for any Grand Theft Auto game that's been released, the distance between GTA 4 and Grand Theft Auto 5 coming online was 6.5 years. If you add the PC development time onto that, that was 8.5 years before the PC version came. You know, they rushed that out at launch. Multiplayer didn't work for the first 2 months, but, you know, all these games that have been coming out in the last 4 to 5 years since... Rockstar used to be looked at like this was the worst fucking gaming company in the world because they released a game so shit at launch. Now Cyberpunk, EA, and Blizzard Activision are all at it. Every single one of the developers, even Microsoft, are at it with 2020. And Microsoft is now one of the second biggest game developers in the world behind Sony, and because Blizzard Activision got bought out by Microsoft. So World of Warcraft, the Call of Duty series, all fall under Microsoft now. EA is trying to sell itself to Sony. Before you know it, there'll only be 2 companies that produce games who own a shit ton of developers, and you'll have games that just come out every year that are just should have been delayed, you know, or they're spreading themselves.
There was a
too
YouTube
thin
video I
development.
seen with the Call of Duty, the new one.
God.
Man, it's excellent. I wouldn't run on my machine though.
It would run on mine, but I wouldn't want to. I haven't touched a Call of Duty for so many years. I couldn't now. I've always been a Battlefield fan. Call of Duty is always the same thing. Run around, get knifed, get grenaded, get noob-tubed, and then you die, and then you respawn and you carry on. At least in Battlefield, if something like that happens, oh, I'm not going to go on foot. I'm going to go in a tank. I'm going to go in a helicopter. I'm going to go in a jet. I'm going to go on foot, and I'm going to sit out on the furthest depths of the map, and I'm going to snipe people. There's, you know what I mean? A lot of...
Well, are you talking about
tactical stuff
AI
into
or
Battlefield. No, I'm talking about
multiplayer?
I'm talking about multiplayer in general. That's exactly what Call of Duty is. Bang, bang, shoot, get knifed, get noob-tubed. That's exactly how it goes.
Well, I don't play online anymore. I learned my lesson.
The solo
be
stuff,
on for 5 seconds and get killed by a sniper.
Kind of stuff is more interesting. Yeah, you
know,
go
people,
into those.
You know, there's more players right now
PvP
playing
stuff
Battlefield
that's
4
worth
than
it.
Battlefield 5 and Battlefield 1 put together still to this very day. There's still more people playing Battlefield 4, and that's more. If you think about how many Battlefields have come out since then, there's 3. You got Battlefield 5, Battlefield 1, and Battlefield 2042, and yet Battlefield 4 still has more online players than any Battlefield currently in service. That there should tell you everything you need to know, because Battlefield 4 was the last good release of Battlefield that came out and wasn't full of bugs. Battlefield 5 was riddled with it, Battlefield 1 was riddled, Battlefield 2042 was riddled. Call of Duty, for me, Call of Duty, nothing changes. It's just a bit of graphics and some of the stuff that they changed, that's it.
Well, they got the special ops and all the others.
No, if you look at their game modes, John, they haven't changed significantly for 20 years. It's the same old fight on same old maps with updated graphics. Nothing fundamental about the game has changed underneath, and this is why they can squeeze a Call of Duty out every 12 months. Every 12 months there's a new Call of Duty. That's how quick they're rushing these out. 12-month development time from the previous game. To me, that's not right.
Well, people get bored pretty quickly. They want that new stuff.
Yeah, I know, but there's a difference between being impatient for a good game. And
Me,
impatient
I
and
like
waiting
to
for a
repeat
quality
the
game.
same battle or mission.
I'll take
And
quality
I've
over
taken my
quantity
time
any
now. It used to be I rush through and get off a couple times. Now I say I don't want to be killed, so I'll take my time and
Be methodical.
methodical,
That's how I do it.
and I get more pleasure out of it too.
Yeah, this is why I
Pick
like
up all the stuff you missed.
because Battlefield has got such
You're right, Dave.
Yeah, Battlefield and games like that have so much going for them because there's hidden parts of the maps. Call of Duty hasn't had a decent
that
campaign
ESO.
single-player mode for the last 4.5 years, and for me, that was one of the best aspects of Call of Duty, especially back in the day. Campaign mode was second to none. You could say the same about Medal of Honor. I would love to see a modern remake of Battlefield 1942 done correctly.
And I like to play missions and take a head on to the left flank instead of the right flank, or vice versa. Never go straight on, though.
No, exactly. You've got to be tactical. You've got to be methodical. This is exactly how a battlefield plays out in real life. They're not using the same tactics over again. You do that all over again, you'll get wiped out like the Russians are.
Anybody know how far Phoenix is from here?
Yes. Distance to go 108.
Oh, okay. Just checking that maybe we're too close.
Oh, I'm top of descent. Standby.
I'm
Oh,
at
which one
33
are you,
miles to top of descent.
All right, who's up front and who's trailing back here with me?
Well, I'm guessing
That's
this
me.
is me and Rob up here up front.
Yeah, Dave, I'm trailing just behind you.
Okay.
I'm
I
at
know.
31,000 though. What's your altitude? Because you're not on
Oh,
my
no,
navigation.
I'm doing the low scenic road, so
Yeah, I see you on the Xplane map,
Oh, yeah,
but
yeah,
I don't
I'm
see you
down
in
like
my
20,000.
navigation display.
I'm 20,000, just maybe
Okay.
dropping to about 18 to get a better view of that lake over there on the way down. That sort of thing.
Yeah, with my graphics, after about maybe 30 miles, things just blur out. And with days like this and hardly any clouds, it's kind of not realistic.
No, I have a similar problem when I'm at really high flight levels, John.
Yeah,
Like
it's,
really high, like 43,000 feet. Even with my graphics
anybody
cranked up, you
check the
don't get
weather
that
down
much.
in Phoenix yet? Hey?
Why do you want a weather report, Dave?
I'm just wondering what landing,
Okay,
what
winds
runway.
currently 1204 knots. Landing runway 7 left, 7 right, runway 8. Temperature is, hang on, well, that's in American. Let me translate that real fast. Temperature 39, dew point 1, altimeter 29090. You got few clouds 14,000 feet, few 25,000 feet. So there's no low cloud layer at all.
So 7 right, 7 left.
7 right,
Which are
7
the-
left, and runway 8.
Right. Oh, this will be cool. All right, anybody pick one yet? Oh, we
7 left for me.
Yeah, I'm going in 7
7
left.
Right, I'll take.
7 right's too short for my MD.
Well, how long is it?
I'm programmed for runway 8, but I don't know the length of it.
Now, what's
Standby, Rob.
what's the length of 7 left? I'll make try.
7 left is 7,800.
Oh, yeah.
82 feet, yeah.
Right.
8. Rob, you've picked the biggest runway.
Roger, I'll be using that then.
11,464.
Roger.
7 left,
Okay,
which is
I'll
what I'm
take,
hitting, is 10,276 feet.
Okay, Dave, here's one for you on the NOAA weather readout for Phoenix. The temperature is 39, and we're talking Celsius. Dew point is 01. What does that mean?
Okay, sorry. Give me a second to put my course in. I forgot to get it.
Yeah, I think that's like rain, isn't it?
Sorry, tell me that
yeah.
again. One
Yeah,
more time.
temperature
Right
40
now. Now I'm
yeah.
listening to you. Go ahead.
Okay, temperature 39, dew point 01.
Ooh, that
I've
sounds
never
like
seen
a
it.
bit
I've
too
never
much
seen
of
it in
a
it, yeah.
spread. No,
That's exactly what the METAR says. 39, 2.01.
Oh, that's impossible. So it's a glitch in their weather reporting. A lot of that's
Okay.
automated little
Well,
instrument,
let's-
right? So
let's-
a squirrel's chewing on the sensor right now and is sending
Well,
a
okay.
false.
Well,
No, really,
Roger,
that
Could be a
happens.
chipmunk.
Dave, there you go. Why don't you translate that and you tell me how that looks for you? You don't need to translate it for me. I already know what it says. But the temperature's there, 39, 2.01.
No, and that's not. I don't think that's possible.
That's a pretty big
They're-
swing.
Yeah, it's a sensor issue. The -1 is the wrong number.
Well, it's not
That's-
-1, Dave. That's +1.
Or okay, whatever. Yeah, it's like that big a
That's
gap.
38 degrees.
The lower number is probably wrong, but maybe not. It could be the other way. What's the temperature again?
39. That's
39.
Celsius.
Is that Celsius?
Yes.
Where is it really that hot in Phoenix right now?
Yeah, it's 103 Fahrenheit is what
Okay.
METAR says.
And the dew point is
1
plus.
degree.
Wow, you know what that means? Freaking dry as hell. That is actually possible, but that is enormous.
Oh, yeah,
That's telling you that
okay.
that's why there's no clouds. Like there won't be
Well,
any
there
clouds.
is. There's a few clouds, 14,000, but they're at high level.
Yeah, but the air itself is dry.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. So it's
Yeah,
a dry
I
heat.
guess it's
gotta be
possible. I
Dry
mean,
heat.
it's rare that we see that big a gap, and that would be the only reason why is that it's really super hot, but there's like absolutely no moisture in
That's
the air.
the reason why it stood out to me. I've never seen it.
Yeah. No, and that's got to be why, because that's a pretty large gap, man. But it is possible actually, because it would have to have, you'd have to get the air cold. It'd have to be like +1 degrees Celsius at 3,000 feet to create a cloud. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that tells you it's until you can get down to freezing temperature, you got to go up probably 14,000 feet at least to get to that cooler
Right. Okay. The
cloud formation air, right?
NOAA says that we're going back. We're switching to Fahrenheit now. Temperature 102, and the dew point 34.
Yeah, so right at the freezing point. So it's exactly
Yeah.
right. Like it won't.
32 degrees is freezing.
It's not gonna. It can't form a cloud or any type of cloud until those two numbers are closer together, sort of thing.
Yeah, but people will be able to see their breath.
Well, the dew point is
I don't think
the
you
height
would,
at
because
what
body
altitude.
temperature.
No, it's at what altitude it's cold enough between the regular temperature. So it just means
Yeah,
there's
good
absolutely
point.
no moisture
You
in the
wouldn't-
air.
And the other thing, Dave, correct me if I'm wrong.
There's no
what's the
dew.
human
They can't
body
make
temperature?
dew without
38
moisture.
Dave, what's the human body temperature? 38 degrees, 37.8 something, I can't remember.
37 is
37,
the average.
so that is 2 degrees warmer than the body temperature. So no, you wouldn't see the moisture from their breath either. You wouldn't see that.
Oh,
You'd
hell
be
no.
at the same
Not on the
temperature.
ground.
If there's a big enough temperature difference, then yes, you would see, you know, me exhaling steam almost, I suppose would be the word.
I guess I'm confused with the dew point then.
Yeah, I think it's just a
what does it
dry
really
heat.
mean?
Let me see if I
Well,
can
the
pull
dew
up a
point.
proper-
The dew point is calculated by the amount of moisture in the air, as well, right? And that's why there's such a huge gap. Is the dew point? There's such little moisture. The dew point is got to be at the most cold, like the coldest temperature. You know, it can't be happening at a lower altitude unless you're like in the Great Lakes, and then dew point could be at 5 degrees below our ground temperature. You know what I mean?
According to Microsoft Bing, you can say what you want about that. Humidity is currently less than 24%. No, it's less than 1% humidity.
Where?
Phoenix. No, it says 11%. So the temperature is 40 degrees Celsius.
Wow, that is dry.
So
Yeah.
yeah, it says here 40 degrees feels like 39. Humidity 11%.
Yeah, the comfort level for a human with the humidity is right around 32%. So when it gets up to like 90% humidity, you get uncomfortable. And plus the other way around. I don't know if you evaporate your sweat a little bit faster when it's lower humidity.
The lowest humidity we had over here where I live this summer was 87%. That was the lowest.
Wow, that's smuggy.
The highest was 100.
Yeah, you can start to see the moisture in the sky when it gets up above
It's
the 90.
Eric,
soon
Eric
as
can
you
tell
go
you
outside.
all about that being in the middle of Boca Raton in the middle of Florida during the summer on the top of a skyscraper.
You just go outside and you can feel the freaking t-shirts just stick to you straight away.
Ooh, 967's way too high for this approach. I'm going on a right-hand pattern, I think. Don't know if I can lose 8,000 feet in that shorter distance.
Oh, I wonder what the humidity is now. Now I'm curious.
Oh crap! I'm doing the same thing. 308. We're gonna deviate slightly here. I think for the approach. What did I pick? 07 left. Yeah, we gotta lose some altitude. I see some aircraft. Probably. I can't see them physically. It looks at. It's at like 12 o'clock right now. Who's that?
Yeah, that's me.
John, that's you, right? Oh, there you are. I picked you up now. Okay.
Yeah, I started my descent late, but in a fast descent right now. Expedited descent to 11,000.
Oh, there we go. It's fairly low right now. It's only 81% humidity. It's not too bad.
Phoenix elevation is 1,131. Okay, approach altitude is going to be right around 4,000.
Showing on the ILS at 8 miles, John, 2,600 feet.
Yeah, I'm going by a little neb map.
Yep, so am I.
But I have another way.
Transition, the ISEC is called Zinger, at or above 2,600 feet. That's for 07 left.
Now, Xplane's map shows, like I said, 1,131. Yeah, there's that mountain that they seen the Phoenix Light behind. That profile of that mountain's burned into my brain. Yeah, just passing 12,000 for 4,000. And let's see, I'm at 40 mile scale. I'm 30 miles out. I'm going to slow down my descent.
Rob, you said you're going in 08, didn't you?
Over.
Yep, I'm coming back around off your right-hand side now, descending for 07 left.
Roger, Roger.
There's a bit of trivia. There's those no-fly zones over to the south of us. That's the direction of those Phoenix lights. They seen it that way, and I guess they were doing some military maneuvers that night there. Definitely was some flares. All right, I'm gonna make the approach. No problem. So I'm gonna continue to approach. Runway 7 left. Just passing over Phoenix Goodyear Airport.
Stabilizer mode 2500.
967 now established, localizes 07 left.
Stabilizer motion. Stabilizer motion. Stabilizer motion.
Okay, the separation looked good for me. I got a lot of space between the aircraft. But I lost sight of the Canadian. Oh, there it is. Looking good, Dave.
1000. 1000. $500. 500. $400. Autopilot. Approaching.
Whoa.
10. 30. 20. 10.
Oh, by the way, guys, I know this is pretty late, but I'm in real time. Set real time at the beginning of the session.
Yep. I always do when we're in the US.
Oh yeah. Anytime we're in North America, always real time. Or South America. Central America. Yeah, well, the Americas.
Yeah, I never time sync when we're in England though. If we
Well, in
did
the
that
middle
all
of
the
summer, in middle of summertime, you can
yeah,
get away
middle of
with it for a
summertime, it's
couple of
fine. Yeah,
weeks.
but we're
A few
approaching
weeks there, you can do it, but
we're approaching daylight savings, aren't we? When is your clocks
no.
going?
Haven't they canceled that yet? I don't even want to talk about it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
They
when is
probably
it
go,
you
"Oh,
guys
we didn't
go?
have time to change it again. Sorry, fucking same bullshit every year. Just cancel it. Get it over with. It'll suck for a couple of years while people try and get used to it, but then it'll be fine. It'll be better. Oh, I guess I need to name it. Well, yeah, what's the altitude of this airport?
1,131 feet. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
I'm back.
I should have checked.
Welcome back. I mean, yeah. Good.
Just about ready to land at Phoenix, Mike.
Phoenix, is it all we are?
Yep, we're landing at Phoenix right now.
Right, I'll join you at Phoenix and fly to Nellis with you. If you're going that far.
Yeah. Well, I am. I don't know about everyone else, but I'm.
I'll be doing that.
Who's all going to Nellis? Apart from you, Jay.
Don't know, I guess we'll find out.
Right, what's the PH?
Kilo Papa November X-ray.
Yep.
No, that's not right. Kilo Papa Hotel X-ray.
Look at the team speak.
Yep.
Okay, Phoenix, Sky Harbor, traffic Quister 375, 10 mile inbound, runway 7 left. I am established on localizer for that runway.
I thought you guys were taking right. The longer one.
Right.
No, that's
is
shorter.
Right is not the wrong. Right is shorter. You were going right because it's more than enough.
I know I'm going left.
You told us earlier you were going
That
to
was-
do 7 right.
I thought I was supposed to do 7 left. Oh, all right, 7 right. I'm switching to it now.
God, your memory sucks, Dave.
I swear, you guys said 7 right, and then I said
No.
7 left.
No.
Okay.
Rob took 08. I took 07 left. Because you even asked us how long 07 right was, and I told you it was 7,782 feet, and you said, "Oh, that's plenty," and we're like, "Yes, we agree."
Oh yeah. So then that's 7 right, the 7,000 footer.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. I'm on it.
Think about it more 7,800 feet, Dave. So not much under 8,000.
Oh, that's fine. No problem. Got it. Very good.
Be right back.
It's our final. What? No power lines? No buildings?
It seems like a normal approach. God forbid.
Floating and floating. There's a touchdown. Wow, look at all those MD11s lined up over there. There's got to
But,
be
well, mate-
at least 8.
runway are you using?
7 left for me. Dave, you coming in 7 left as well?
That's negative. I've switched to 7 right.
Alrighty.
Looking for the runway.
I'm clear of 7 left.
I'm on taking one of the parking spaces near 7 left. Just so I can get set up.
Right.
Yeah, you just loaded on the west cargo ramp here. You're right behind me.
You landed?
Yeah, look behind you. I'm sat here at the threshold of 07 left. You're just off the ramp behind me.
Yeah, my center tank is empty, but my wing tanks are almost completely full, so I'll take that to Nellis.
Yeah, you'll have more than enough fuel to do that flight. You'll be lucky if you use half that fuel in those 2 wing tanks.
I started doing some 3D printing too, redoing some of the handles. Because I got that experience too. You know, and when you learn stuff, you know what to do now. You know, and say, oh, I'll go another route if I knew now. Before I knew that. Oh, I don't know what I'm saying. Anyways, yeah, I'm doing some revamping on some of the handles for the 737. And I'm gonna do that. I just started a project for the C90 because those handles are unique,
Can you
especially
print
the
different colors and
maps.
so on as well?
I can, but I tried to follow the what I see in the cockpit.
You'd have to change the filament to change the colors.
Oh,
Yep.
Okay, so you can't change it basically as you're going along.
No, it's not like
Not
an
my
inkjet
machine.
printer, no.
There's machines out there you can do that, and there's multiple heads.
But they are obviously quite expensive in
Oh, yeah.
comparison. Now, that was kind of what I was wondering if you could actually do. Speaking of
Yeah, I have
you,
one of the earliest models. It's called the RepRap Iteration 2. And the kit at that time was like $650, but I didn't buy one. But this guy, I think it was in Oregon, he built one and he put it up for sale for $800. I thought that was good enough, you know, because I didn't have to do any of the wiring and the programming. So even though it was expensive, I'm having an excellent time with it. And of course, I updated it with better power cells or power systems and heads and nozzles. I didn't know nozzles wore out with 3D printing, but they do.
That's a bit peculiar, but
Well, it depends what they're what they're made from, doesn't it?
Right, they have the ruby ones that don't wear out. But my brass, the ones I buy, is the cheapest, and they wear out within just like 40 to 50 hours of use.
Yeah, so they got cycles then, because obviously it's going to be the temperature changes that are going at that are going to end up fatiguing it and making them last less time.
Yeah, who's going to buy a ruby nozzle?
I would if I had the money.
yes, I was just about to say people who can afford it would, especially if they're printing a lot.
Yeah, but could you go to a jewelry store and say, "Hey, I got a ruby nozzle here. How much is it worth?"
Mm-hmm.
I'd be like trying to play with my nozzle.
Yes.
Especially if it was a lady friend.
A pretty lady friend.
Oh yeah.
Cut it
She'd have to be
out.
pretty. What's the point otherwise?
That's my point exactly. What was I on about before? Oh yeah, speaking of new and so on, you were talking about the printer. Have you seen Logitech is now going a direct drive? Released
To
it a
the
Direct drive.
couple.
steering wheels.
Yep.
Yeah, let's see how long that lasts.
Guess how much it is?
Oh, I'm sure it being Logitech, it's going to be extortionate.
It's £1,000. And that's just the wheel. You don't
I'd
even
be
get the.
surprised. I'd be surprised if Logitech managed to sell many G920s.
This is just called the Logitech G Pro.
Yeah, well,
And just the wheel itself is £999, and the pedals that are sold separately is $250.
yeah, I wouldn't spend that much on any piece of Logitech hardware in existence ever.
I spent that much on one wheel, the Thrustmaster, the T500. I paid $1,000 for that entire
Yeah, and
setup.
I think you got ripped off.
I had it for almost 5 years, and I did
You know
clock
something? I've
almost
still got
6,000
my
hours on.
G25, and that thing's 20 years old.
Yeah, but I can almost guarantee you haven't clocked as many hours as I have in car games. I've done.
Yeah,
I've
okay.
done the total.
Yeah,
I've
okay.
done the total.
We'll agree to disagree on that, Roger. We'll just leave it like that. We'll agree to disagree, because that is complete and utter bullshit.
TDU1 alone, I had 2 account on.
We're not talking about TDU though, are we? We're talking about how many miles we got on a wheel, and I'm pretty sure I don't know how many miles on any
hours. Hours I clocked. I would say almost 10,000. I would say. Just in TDU1, I have over 5,000 hours just in TDU1.
we don't even really have these kind of things to actually look at it now. Even if I wanted to look at my TDU hours, there'd be no way of me looking at it.
I can only look on the present account that I have, and I had last time I checked, I had 2,700 hours on that one, and the one before that I had over 2.5. So ridiculous amount of hours.
In terms of games and how long I've had one game installed in, the one game on this computer that's been installed the longest is Euro Truck. In fact, that outlives my P3D3, P3D4. Doesn't outlive FSX in 2004. But
I don't have that many hours in that one. I think I only got like 700 or 800 hours in that one, so I don't have as many hours in that. I mean, it's been installed for as long as I can remember. We can do it. We can do.
Euro Truck has never been uninstalled off this rig, not since it was built. So this computer was 2016. It's never been removed off this hard drive.
No, it's never been removed. I've installed it on Steam, and then I basically moved the hard drive from PC to PC, and I installed this in. When was it released on Steam? 13?
I don't know. I think
12,
it's longer
13?
than that. I think it might be 12.
12 or 13, yeah, and then that's basically how long it's been on that hard drive.
The only ILS that Nellis is 21 left. That's one I'm going to take.
Yep, I'm planning for that too.
Let's see. Would be kind of cool to see. If
21 left, the next top, yeah.
Yeah, and there's no wind, no clouds there.
Got it.
At the moment.
ILS 2, 1 left of it.
Right.
Okay.
At the moment, asterisk.
let's see how many hours.
There is no stars for 2, 1 left.
No, there isn't. There's
Oh!
a wireless approach though.
Yeah. No, I got the. I've got the ILS. Yep.
Hey, Jay,
X-ray
I had
and
more hours.
Zulu.
I had almost 1,200 hours in that game.
Anyone else going to this last hop? No, just me, John, and Jay.
Oh, I don't know about Dave. This is about the time that Dave bows out when the warden kicks his ass.
Yep. Oh.
Ball and chain.
Which is funny considering he was here for the entire session last Sunday.
Yep.
Yeah, she wasn't here. Raiden watched show, but I know I don't think I'm checking, but I don't think I'm going to get away with it. time is it? No, I'm not gonna have enough time. Where's the next airport? Oh, Nellis. How far?
About the same. Oh, I'm 225 as the bird flies.
45 minutes day flight time.
Doesn't look too far on the map. Like,
It's not. My flight plan total with all my waypoints is 250. But yeah, so
I'm
it's
heading up to
estimated.
30,000 this time.
Hey Jay, you want to hear this? I beat you in Eurotruck by 300 hours. I did not expect that. I thought I had less and you had more.
Oh, I'm still playing it. You ain't.
Well, there's a reason for that. My
Yeah.
wheel is broken.
Yeah, I know. What's wrong with your G29 or
I
27, whatever
There
the fuck
is,
it is?
no, it's the 29. I'm sure there is some crossed wires in there, because the pedals work fine, and I can turn the wheel, but that's it. When I press the X or cross, every single button except maybe one or two lights up at the same time, and
Yeah,
when I
you've
let go of the
probably-
button,
You've probably got a short somewhere there in
Yes.
the wiring.
yep,
It's probably
Uh,
around that X button as well, because that's actually on the wheel.
yes it
No,
is.
the bottle wheel buttons are the first to break.
Yep.
right, Jay, I'm starting engines here.
Yeah,
Uh,
copy that. I'm gonna begin engine startup too.
So I'm probably gonna get another 29 though. I think this is just a lemon, the one I had. This was it's not even 4 years old. This steering wheel, and it breaks. 3.5 years it is, or was.
Yeah, it makes me laugh just how much money you can spend on a Thrustmaster, and then my 20-year-old Logitech still seems to survive.
Well, it's broken. It's just that you haven't
Oh,
replaced it.
mine's been broken many times, but I've
Yes.
also brought it back from the dead many times.
You snapped the top half of the steering wheel.
Yes, I did. And you know what? It's not like that
I did
anymore.
that on my 25 as well, so that was a
3D
weak
printing.
No, you couldn't do it with this, John. The way the steering wheel is on the front of it, it's pot metal and it's plastic, and you'd have to have it printed. It'd have to be 2 halves of the casing of the wheel. It'd be precision. Like, it would probably
Yeah, you
take
guys
a
remember
good lot of design
Eric?
to do it.
I mean, yeah, Eric. Yeah, Eric. Yeah, he used to fly with us. Yeah, I sent him some 3D printed handles for 737.
He hasn't
And,
got his computer anymore.
Well, what I'm saying is that he gave me an email. He sent me an email saying that he snapped his levers right off. Because, you know, that they have so much leverage that he just like elbowed it and they broke off, or one of them at least.
It also depends what you're printing in, isn't it? I mean, you've got PLA. What's the other one?
No, I'm not talking about that handle. I'm talking about his lever that's connected to his SATEC.
Oh yeah. But
Yeah,
then again,
so
the
it kinda
SATEC
ruins
throttles are
everything.
not expensive.
But I
though.
could 3D print that handle. I actually have.
Yeah, and I'm sure it'd be stronger than the one that actually comes with the bloody thing.
Oh, I'm sure
Yeah,
it is.
yeah, it is.
John, I've got 3D
ABS,
printed.
man, that's very strong.
I've got 3D printed ABS clamps that have been given to me for my steering wheel, because one of the reasons why the steering wheels last broke was because the screw clamps broke.
Yep.
These ABS clamps that I bought that were 3D printed by a guy on eBay, these things are fucking so strong. Like I took the original clamp out the left hand side that wasn't broken, and you could tweak on it and you could flex it. I cannot flex these ABS 3D printed ones at all. In fact, it feels heavier and stronger than the original clamps. So I'll take that. I mean, 3D printing technology. If I had a 3D printer, I would you wouldn't see me for months on end. I just get locked into
Yeah.
me just trying to figure out.
I know you get addicted to it too.
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
I would. I would.
But the 3D printer I have is good for utilities like these handles and that. My brother, he likes organic, making organic stuff like models of a girl and others. Yeah, he likes to they did detail. But me, I like the utilities part of it. Yeah, handles, knobs, and switches.
Stabilizer mode.
No, I get that.
And a lot of fun. Yeah, it's like I said, it's addicting. I mean, I had a hiatus for it for about 6 months. Now I'm getting back into it. I'm putting a lot of hours in.
Yep, 9067. We got all 3 engines running now. We're gonna position and hold runway 7 left.
And I'm ready to go as well. Looks like Mike is coming up with his Lufthansa paint job, 737, or is that an Airbus? Mike?
It's probably a luxury, but we don't see that.
Yeah, it's luxury 737-800.
I don't have that paint job.
No, you don't.
Maybe I will. Yeah, maybe I will put it in someday. Okay, anyways, go ahead in front of me, Mike, if you're
sure?
ready.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
I'll
ready.
be number 3 for this.
Roger that. Luxury 101 lining up behind the 967 MD11. Behind.
It's a beautiful aircraft. I'm
know,
thinking
it's-
of getting a payware MD11J.
Yeah. Well, I was looking at, when I was watching Castaway the other day, I was sat there, I was looking at it, I was like, that's not an MD11 that they crashed. That was a DC-10 that they crashed.
DC-10, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look very similar, but
Well-
DC-10 is smaller, right?
Yeah, the other interesting thing as well is one of the Achilles heels of the DC-10. If you watch Castaway, when he says what has actually happened, what is going on with the thing, he says an explosion in the cargo hold, and they had explosive decompression. Now, anyone remember the Sioux City crash with the DC-10?
Yeah.
The rear engine blades separated and severed all 3 hydraulic lines. That's almost
Yeah,
what
all
it
the
looks like
redundancy,
in,
yeah.
in Castaway, because it's based off the DC-10. The hydraulic system's exactly the same, and they never actually tell you where in the aircraft this has happened. There's no detail. That whole crash sequence happened so fast, but if you micro look at it, they say hazardous materials in the cargo hold, and explosive decompression. In theory, if it was an explosion, it could take out the hydraulics. Especially if it was near the tail, it could take out every single hydraulic system. You don't have that problem on an MD11 though, thankfully. There's a lot more separation between hydraulics. And UPS 967, we're going to roll 07 left.
I think 23,000 feet would be right for this hop.
Well, direction of flight is in the evens. I'm taking 28,000.
I'm taking 26.
Lining up runway 07 luxury 10.
Anyway, I think I'm gonna call it quits and go and watch some stupid books anyway. Nothing else happening here. No new movies uploaded to the FTP, I'm guessing, because there's no room.
Yeah, I like to get that series called Titanic, Blood and Steel, but I think there's like 1 gig per episode. It's only a 1-hour episode, Jay, but
101
gig,
rolling.
Yeah, I could probably do that, but like I said, with the FTP being close to being empty, if I wanted to do it, I'd have to use Dropbox and do it singly. And the other problem is my Dropbox is limited on file size. I can only go up to 5 gigs of storage on my Dropbox, and I'm already using 3 gig for photos. So it doesn't leave me a lot of room, or my phones a lot of room, because they're the ones that are going to be uploading my camera rolls to it.
Yeah, we'd have to coordinate it where people would get it off real quick, and then we delete it and put another one on.
No, I get that, but this would be a lot easier if people weren't filling up the FTP as well as TeamSpeak. Because
We can get another
unfortunately,
DP.
well, the only thing we could do would be to, if memory serves, this is not a server in the normal instance. From what I understand, this is a web server, and as such, he's only got storage for as much as he's paying a month for it. It's not a computer that's just sat there running somewhere. This is like a virtualized web server, and he only has so much storage.
Yeah.
If he wants more storage, he's got to pay a monthly increase in fees to do it. It's not like if Mike still had our old dedicated server and we could just buy another 4 terabyte hard drive for it, we could easily split the cost of that.
Oh yeah.
Bring 8 of us easily, and it'd be well worth the risk. But we can't even do that. This is a cloud-based server.
Mm-hmm.
We want any more storage than that, it's going to cost Mike more a month to pay for it.
But as we've told Mike before, we are well, some of us. I shouldn't say all of us, but some of us are glad to send him a few quid every month. That
Yeah, I'm over
would
to
help
do that.
Yeah,
I've got
yeah.
loads of server parts I could send him, but it wouldn't do him any good.
No, man. We told Mike we gladly to forward him the cash so he can afford to up the server spot and so on. We've already told him this.
Yeah. But then the question is it actually worth it? Considering
Yes.
well, not really, Roger. It depends on what your service provider is. We have
obviously,
bandwidth limits a month
Yeah.
as well. We don't just have data limits. We have bandwidth limits, so we
Yep.
have to stay within those limits. And if we've got a bigger hard drive and people are sending more and more data, that's just using more monthly data of our.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So it's counterproductive.
But that is, I'm not so sure. I don't know how it is in Holland, but over here there are no limits to the amount of stuff you can send. It's basically
yeah.
unlimited.
Oh,
over here.
no, there's data limits on everything, Roger. Dedicated server services, which is what UKATC is running on,
Yeah.
web server, I can go, there's a website called Linode.com. You go to Linode and you spec yourself out a virtual server. The cost is actually mostly in bandwidth allocation and disk space.
Yeah.
The rest of the money and how much memory you have in the system is cheap by comparison.
Yeah. But to me that is just ridiculous that they can charge you for the amount of.
Well, we used
disks,
to. We used to have a dedicated server that used to sit in a data center,
Yep,
and we
yep.
had a 100 meg connection on it. And like I said, it used to cost us about €22
Yeah, that's the
every
thing,
3 months,
and then they
it went up to
really-
€200
Yeah.
per 3 months.
I know that was ridiculous.
I couldn't believe my eyes when Mike sent me the email telling us about how much the costs
10
were
times
going up
more.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Still-
ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, we had all kinds of ideas, hosting
Yeah.
the computer in somebody's room, and somebody looking after it all the time, and I know it sounds stupid, but
yeah,
in this
back.
day and age, it's
No,
a
it's
lot
not.
easier to
It's
do. Especially
Oh,
now,
yeah,
we've
yeah,
always
I
done
agree.
fiber
For
connections.
longest time, Mike had it at his house, but it was too big and noisy, so he had to move it to a separate place. Then Andre hosted for a while, and now it's back at Mike's, but it's using he's got a much better system.
Server. I believe we're on a web
Yeah.
server now. It's not actually a computer tower. It's a
Yeah.
virtualized server in
Yeah.
the cloud, which is why our
Yeah,
storage is
he's
so
got a
limited.
much more easier
Dave,
setup, but
it's
it
not running
still
on
runs a
hardware.
bit of a cost. So
No, I
I
know,
still
but
send
it's-
the money
what
every
I'm
year,
saying to
like
you is he's no longer paying for the power that the server is using, because this server is virtualized in the
Yeah.
cloud. It's not running on
Yeah.
bare metal hardware. It's not a dedicated box.
yeah, he's still got to maintain it to some extent because of the hard drive space required for the websites and bullshit like
This is
that,
what
right?
we were just saying. I mean, I could give him a 2 terabyte hard drive tomorrow for the FTP, but that would make no difference.
No, it's a different server, I think, altogether. Anyway.
No, Dave, it's not actual hardware. It's not running on
It's a-
hardware.
it's
yeah,
a
no, that's what I mean.
Virtualized
They're
server
not
box that
connected.
doesn't exist.
The FTP and the server are totally different.
No, they're on the same server, Dave. They're on exactly the
Yeah,
same
but
server.
they're different hard drive.
Nope.
Oh wait, no, he
No,
changed
they,
that.
They
You're right.
share the same hard
Yeah,
drive. core.
you're right. I forgot. That was
We've
how it
only-
used
we've
to
only
be.
got
A long
about
time ago,
30.
at one time, it was 2 different hard drives. I
Yeah,
remember.
Did he
we've only
update
got
it for an
30.
SSD?
No,
I
there's
don't
no such
remember.
thing as data SSDs in the cloud.
Oh shit! One of them's calling me. Okay, I was just coming to say goodbye, so I gotta go.
The way
Oh,
that
See you
it
for now,
works-
guys.
User
Yeah,
The way
Dave.
that it
See you,
works
Dave.
on our server is that yes, our server is probably on a server like a 64 core
Yeah.
Ryzen with 128 physical cores and terabytes.
Well, that's
of
what
memory.
I thought we were talking about. But
We are,
okay, you
we
straighten
are,
me
but
out.
it's in the clouds. But the problem is it's virtualized, John. So out
Yeah, I
of
know.
say 24 terabyte hard drives,
It's not
we
safe
have-
either.
yeah, well, it is because it's behind encryption and all sorts. Depends who your cloud provider is. Cloudflare is really secure. They hide your IP behind it. But even on a 2 terabyte hard drive, we're probably allocated 4% of the total of that. And if we want more, we've got to pay more a month.
Yep.
It just increases the running costs. Whereas if you actually had a physical server running at your house,
It would have
the
been
only-
the power.
you could.
Which now
I
is
don't
expensive.
care about it. Look, guys, I could easily run UKATC off my old machine downstairs. It's got 4 fucking hard drives in it that are barely being used, and that computer's on 24/7, never gets turned off, ever. And that thing's still only supping power, but something goes wrong with that computer, like the hard drive. I just swap the hard drive out.
No. Anyway,
Something
gents,
happens.
I'm gonna leave you
That's
guys too, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, maybe.
Right, Roger.
Have a good
Have a
one,
good one.
Rush.
Good night.
Good night.
User
Yeah, it
disconnected
sucks.
from your
It sucks
channel.
running on a virtualized box, but at the same time, it gives you the flexibility and to be cost effective. If you were to buy a similar equivalent server, physical hardware size, say it's 4 cores, we've got 4 gigs of RAM or 8 gigs of RAM, and a 500 gig hard drive. If you were to build a server that would be on the same spec, it would still be more than the monthly cost of this cloud service that we're paying for. In fact, it works out cheaper to have it in the cloud because hardware failure happens, and it will happen. However, it happens in a data center on a cloud server with redundancy. It just fails over and you have no idea a failure has even taken place. Whereas if that was the real world, say at my house, at your house, or Mike's house, that would physically take the machine down. And you would know that it's off. You know what I mean? I mean, we'd have no TeamSpeak for a start. All the communications would go down. Servers would start failing. Something like that you can address. But when it comes to cloud storage, your biggest cost is data storage and bandwidth capability. And I think in the case of our old server on a 100 meg line, we were limited to, I think it was less than 1 terabyte a month total traffic to that server. So that included Flight Sim, TeamSpeak, FTP, the website, everything that ran off it was eating into that bandwidth of 1 terabyte a month. 1 terabyte doesn't go that far though.
How about this day? One of us, or even who takes care of the server right now, Mike?
It's at Mike's place.
Okay, and what we can do is have them take everything off that server except some of the essentials, and archive all that that he takes off to some storage. I can even do it, and whoever wants it can ask for it. How about that?
Yeah, I know, but you're still talking multiple gigabytes of other people's data and holding onto that on a personal drive of yours. Which would not be accessible at all times, whereas right now it is. Because if TeamSpeak were to crash right now, and TeamSpeak be completely fucked up and we lost everything on TeamSpeak.
Yeah, the TeamSpeak server you're talking
backup,
about. Yeah.
the backup that I have on the FTP of the TS3 server is something stupid like almost 10 gigs just backed up off TeamSpeak.
Well, I'll punch a hole in my balloon. Okay, yeah, I see the cons on that. So yeah, if it is secured on someone else's storage device and you need it right away, it would take time to get it back up.
Yeah, I mean, like, if it happened to me, the slowest part of making that data available would be the download of it off the FTP. Because Mike's server can only, his upload is comparable to what my connection is. So, 20 megabit per second is all that Mike's upload off UKATC can do. So, that's 1/5 my download speed. So if I wanted to make that folder available on my machine connected to the internet, the slowest part of that is downloading all of it. I mean, having it on the FTP immediately, I could have the FTP server running prior to me even download it. I could set the down location to the FTP root directory, and the moment that every file arrived on there, they would be immediately available, but it would still take hours of downloading. And then
Wait a minute. I got a question about. You told me that you can see how much space is left. I have a FileZilla, and I was looking for that, and
can't see what storage is left. Mike can see it. We can't.
Oh, I see.
I know it's less than 1 gig because I tried to upload a file that was bigger than 1 gig.
Oh, yeah,
and it would
okay.
fail before it even got to a gig.
And then would cancel.
It would cancel, it would try to redo it, and then it would ask you if you wanted to overwrite the file that was up there or start again from scratch. And of course, you can't resume because the hard drive's full. But, you know what I mean? It's a big problem. I mean, granted, to be honest, a lot of the TeamSpeak 3 backup folder is from, like, the Assetto Corsa room and R-Factor and all of these games that Dave and the likes have been playing over the last, 5 or 6 years, Roger included. Roger's a big contributor to that folder. But every single time I clean TeamSpeak, more stuff gets uploaded. And it's only me that's doing the backups for the TeamSpeak 3, trying to clear the folder. But again, the TeamSpeak and the FTP share the same storage. So if I back up TeamSpeak, we have double data backed up. Because we got.
That reminds me, though, I have some music on there that I wanted Rob to download, and he hasn't done it yet. I'll get with him on that, and as soon as he downloads it, I can clear that. That's probably only about 500 megabytes, though.
Oh yeah, I mean MP3s on average up to 3.5 megs for, about 4 megabytes for a 3.5 minute song in MP3 at reasonable quality.
Yeah, it's so similar to when I try to clean up a hard drive and I'm going down folder to folder and see what's in it, and I find out how much is in it. I go, wait a minute, that doesn't take up my space. I'll leave it on. I end up not taking anything off.
No, I.
And yeah, that my space is only like 20% from its capacity.
Oh, trust me, I have less than 8% of free hard drive space on C drive. I have 6 hard drives in here, and all of them are within 50 gigs of them being free, full on each drive. So I know what you mean about data hoarding and having stuff like that. But the problem I have is I can't put this 4 terabyte on any. I can't put my massive hard drive down on the biggest computer, on Robin's computer downstairs in the house, because it just doesn't like hard drives over a certain size. So I'm limited where I can put stuff. And a lot of stuff has to live on my rig because it's the most modern out of everyone in the house. But it's amazing though. I mean, if you think about it these days, me and Dave were laughing about this the other night when me and Dave first met, and I was talking about. I think it was CFS3 is what we were playing back at the time, Combat Flight Simulator 3. I went out and I bought a 120 gig hard drive, and I went, I will never, ever, ever fill this hard
Never
drive.
fill that up, yeah.
Now I've got a 4 terabyte hard drive downstairs that has less than 200 gigs left on it. That's mostly my movies and TV series.
My first computer was an IBM clone, and it came with a 40 megabyte hard drive. I says, let's double it. Put another 40 megabyte hard drive in there. I'll never fill it up. Jeez, that's a DOS.
You think
3.1.
You think about 40 megabytes these days. That's what? How many floppy disks? 26?
Not very many.
I mean, a floppy disk is 1.53 megabytes, and that's assuming you can fill it up to the max.
And that computer cost me $3,500. It's a piece of shit.
Oh, I believe you. I believe it 100%.
And after I got it home, it was intermittently would fail. I found out that when I took it back to the people who built it, called Nova, they said, you have a crack in your motherboard. I guess they pushed down a component a little bit too heavy, too hard, and cracked the motherboard.
Yeah, but that being said, though, I mean, the techniques at the time of building those computers, I mean, we didn't have multi-layer PCBs, which we do have now. PCBs are so much more robust, but the only reason for that is because there's so many layers in them with so many different contacts. I mean, you take any normal modern-day motherboard, you're dealing somewhere between 4 to 8 layers of copper in different depths of traces on a motherboard. You know what I mean? That's a huge complexity and a huge amount of metal that's now deep inside the fibers of your board. Back then, we were probably only doing 2-3 layers on motherboards, or even GPUs at the time. So,
wow, it was hard to spot you with the little nav app type of display I have. Your plane is orange, and the train you're passing over is orange. Both of you. I think this little nav map has the ability to change the color of those multiplayer planes too, so maybe I'll do that. Change them to Mauve. Boy, my trailing way back behind you guys. Did the same thing I've done many times, and I let the LNAV for the departure and started to talk and not keeping track of it because it looks like it's on the magenta line, yet that magenta line was broken. So it took a while for me to figure that out and
you should see it when it really confuses you, John, on like the flight computers of, say, the 747 PMDG. You set in an approach or a SID, and it will say, okay, you're going via these 2 waypoints, and then your 3rd waypoint is a manual vector on a heading of, say, 090.
Right. The vectors.
But then the purple line continues, and that's completely off the course from where you're going to after that.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it confuses you.
It really confuses you. Well, I am now distance to run 92 miles now. Looks like we're at top of descent now as well.
160 for me. You can always increase the sim rate. Which I did for my brother. Wow. It went so fast because he went from he wanted me to plug in from Michigan to Phoenix, where he has a friend that's looking for gold. He wanted me to put that in on a play plan, but I said, okay, I'll increase the sim rate, which delighted him. But it went so fast that I started seeing water, and that's because Xplane couldn't keep up with the graphics, and so it's like nothing. You're past the known universe.
You're heading straight for Lake Mead, Jay. According to the nav map, you're heading right for Lake Mead. The one that's fucking
Yeah,
low in
it
water.
will be. Well, I'll be passing just north of it, but yeah. Because I've selected ILS Zulu Rotsi for runway. Is that runway 27, isn't it? Runway 21 left.
Yep, 2-1 left. There's Zulu for me as well.
Yeah, overhead Rotsi at 4,200 feet. There's
Yeah,
definitely
we've
some
been close to the
terrain around here.
close to the Hoover Dam.
It's amazing how close we are to McCarran again.
Yep. Apparently SB Airport is right next to Las Vegas, somewhere in the area.
Yeah, I picked that on purpose. I didn't want to land back at Las Vegas or the North Las Vegas airport. It was only like 5,000-foot runway. So, no, this is a good place to land.
10 miles out of my top of descent now. This flight plans took me a completely different way to AJ.
Yeah, you're a lot more west of
Yep.
us. You need to turn east to if you're going to land on 21 left.
You see, I don't use any route finders or anything like that for my flights here at UKATC because all of our flights are so short. I just build my own waypoints in it, whether that means me navigating using just VORs or just intersections or a combination of the two. I always build my flight plan myself. Because yeah, I could go to places like I have a VRoute account, you know what I mean, and I have VRoute as the program to download VATSIM flight plans and all of that lot, and that is a brilliant tool. It's absolutely fabulous, but normally the routing is so fucking shit that I'm zigzagging across some mountains when I can just fly straight as the crow flies, minimal turns. That also allows the aircraft to just do gentle turns, not massive corrections. I mean, can you imagine being at 38,000 feet and having to make a left 90-degree turn on a 737? I mean, most airports or airplanes, they don't do overhead fly at the waypoint. They turn before the waypoint to make it a smooth turn.
Exactly, yeah.
If you didn't overfly waypoint when you got there, I mean, the autopilot on the actual 737, I believe, puts a maximum bank of 20 degrees in. Now, if you leave the level up in auto on its bank on the MCP, it will bank up to its maximum, which is 35. That's one hell of a turn at, 460, 470 on your ground speed. That is one hell of a turn to make.
Yeah, I like a 2 mile radius turn, so I turn it at about 15.
I much prefer it to.
Oh, yeah. I just hit it. It's a weather change here.
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Overspeed.
Yeah, I just got a 14 knot headwind. It was like 14 knots coming from the wing. Now it's directly on my nose. I gotta slow up for my descent anyways.
I've got a tailwind here. 1, 2, 3 at 6.
Okay, you at 26,000. I'm at 28. Oh,
I'm
what
at
change?
14 and
Ah,
descending.
okay.
I've got no tailwind and no headwind.
2020.
I'm seriously considering buying Active Sky for Xplane because the built-in weather system on Xplane, while great, does not do. It does exactly like FSX does. The
Yeah,
wind
I agree.
changes and it's so fucking violent that it can throw you into a left-hand bank at 45 degrees.
Damage your aircraft too.
Yeah, I've seen it almost ripped apart my MD11 the other day on one of my fucking 12-hour flights. She went into a huge 45-degree left bank just because the wind changed, and then she went into overspeed, and then I was just like, holy shit, please don't fucking make my aircraft fall apart. I do not want to be flying that route again.
What is this? I got a FMS warning. It says using RSV fuel, and I got plenty
Using
in those
reserve
wing
fuel.
tanks. Right. I think it's gone bonkers.
Well, I don't know how much fuel is in each tank.
Well, it looks like it's about. We're talking about the wing tanks.
Yeah, it's
6610 on each one.
6610 pounds in each tank.
Yeah.
Right, hang on. Let me do pounds.
6,610 pounds each tank. That's over 13,000 pounds.
This is why I stay with kg and fuel.
Okay, so 66 10 is okay. So that's just under 3 tons in each wing tank, and it's saying you're in reserve fuel.
Yeah, and I had only
3
10%
tons.
reserves.
Yeah, your reserve's set too high. You want to set your reserve to. On the 737, I fly with a reserve of 1 ton, 1,000 kilos.
I thought it goes by percentage.
No.
Mine's set to 2.0.
No, it's actual. It's not percentage reserve fuel. That's.
Oh, okay.
No,
Learn something new every day.
Because look, for having your wing tanks full on the 737, your range, if you just use the wing tanks, is just under 1,000 miles ish on the 737 with the wing tanks. So the wing tanks total is 7,900 kilos. And
So it's on me instead of the computer. Okay.
Yeah. So just
all right.
go into,
Well, I'm learning something. Thank you.
Just go into the perf page, John, and where it says reserve, just change it to 1, and I'll guarantee that reserve fuel light goes out.
I shut it off anyways.
Yeah, because if you have it set to 10, yeah, the PMDG goes, oh, well, your reserve fuel's £10,000.
Yeah, I thought it was percentage, but yeah, I didn't read the manual on that. Okay, yeah, it is at 10. So if I put in 1, that's only 1 ton of fuel, right? For reserves.
Well, for yours, your aircraft's in pounds, so that's 1,000 pounds. So in your case, if I was flying with pounds, I'd set my reserve at 2, because then I have 2,000 pounds, 1,000 pounds in each wing. That's enough for about 45 minutes flight on the 737, depending on your altitude. So, you know, for most airports, that's enough to get to your alternate.
I gotta take a look outside here. That's beautiful. Starting to see the canyon.
Oh yeah, I already passed the canyon, I think.
Yeah, I think the visibility for me is about 25 miles. Everything's crystal clear.
Yep, it's very clear where I'm at. I'm direct sheet. It almost sounds like shit, but it's not. I'm direct sheet.
Yeah, me too. 70 miles inbound to Sheet.
70 miles. I'm 3 nautical miles. Wow, I didn't realize I'd quite made that distance on you guys.
I'm direct bollard at the BLD at the minute. Then then lap pin, and then sheet.
Yeah.
Okay. You'll beat me in anyways.
BLD direct, and then V21 to lap pin, and then direct to sheet.
Yeah, BLD Boulders, that's quite a diversion south of the airfield. See, I looked at the weather forecast and I knew we were going to be coming in from runway 21, so I put my last actual user created waypoint, the last waypoint on mine, was a Veto, of Veto, OVETO. That gave me like a 45-degree angle for the intercept. That's normally the way that, if I'm going to pre-plan everything without a star, and I want to give myself the most direct a route in, that's the way I will do it. I will try to find an intersection that's vaguely in the direction of the runway that I'm going to be coming at from the correct direction. But I'll make sure it's a good distance away, say no more than, say, 30 miles, and then take it from there. Because I'll be honest with you, even Michael, even at BAV, on BAV's flights, I don't fly every single company route they give me. Because some of the company routes are fucking shite. A lot of the company routes, like their last waypoint will be the VOR overhead the airfield, and the vast majority of stars don't have that as the entry point. You know what I mean? You might have an entry point for a SID that's 160 miles away from the airfield. Stand by, and we gotta get ready to start landing. Fuck it, we'll have auto brake medium for this.
I've got a good view of Las Vegas from here. There's the highway as well.
Yeah, I gotta go manual, I just missed the localizer. Now Track IR doesn't want to respond to me. Wake up.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope.
Jay, what was your approach altitude, if you don't mind?
Before I intercepted, I was at 4,000. At Rotsy, it was 4,200.
Sync rate. Sync.
All right, thanks.
Whoa! Whoa! Okay, my plane's killing me in the process here.
Sync rate. Sync.
Yep, my aircraft just crashed me into the ground. That was
Oh, you
crazy.
said, I thought you said you were manual.
I was manual. Got her under control, put her back into autopilot mode, and then auto throttle decided to stall her, and she just dropped like a rock. Auto throttle didn't like take over. I don't get it. I've never had that on the... Well, actually, I had a very close call with the MD11 earlier tonight, having almost stalling out going into... Ooh, I couldn't remember the name of the airport. Would you like to start a new flight? No, continue. What's the point?
Yeah, continue to crash and burn.
It's alright, all I can hear right now is engine 1, fire, engine 2, fire, engine 3, fire, landing gear, failure, landing gear, fail. Oh, shut the fuck up. Oh my god, the amount of noises that are going off here.
I like to get on the outside view and take a look at the carnage.
Landing gear.
Oh,
Yeah, so was I.
I'm on the external camera now.
TDS, not TDS. Sorry. What do you call that? Get them guys. They do the MD11 as well. What do you call them? Fuck. Oh, they do smart cars in the 717.
UPS, who I'm flying for, have got smart cars. Is it smart cars too? I think.
What do you
See,
call
where
them
is it?
guys that make the
Where
smart
is it?
cars? TFDI.
Yeah.
TFDI make the MD11. We won't touch the MD11. We won't have it near us. Too old.
Really, not too old at all.
Mm.
Too old.
Three-engine aircraft went out years ago. Except these
The older
four-engine aircraft are still in.
Yeah, the older three-engine aircraft like the DC-10s were gone now. MD-11s are way still in use right now. FedEx, UPS, DHL. I don't think DHL have got them, but FedEx and UPS are still flying them today. MD-11's not as bad as you think on the fuel efficiency for how old this is. You got to remember, this superseded the DC-10. Granted, it was the last commercial aircraft that McDonnell Douglas built, but the MD-11s, after they were bought out, well, when McDonnell Douglas went under, they were bought by Boeing. So I couldn't tell you when the last MD-11 rolled off the production line. I couldn't tell you that. But I know that they're still used today. There's been a few bad incidents with them over the last 10 years. There was an incident at that airport in Japan, FedEx one. Bounced down the runway 3 or 4 times. The left main gear collapsed and she skidded across the airfield. But then, you know, it was these kind of planes that are in service. If they do go down, it's not with significant loss of life because you only have 3 people on this plane,
Right.
maybe, and it's just cargo. So
Yeah, well, which costs a lot of money.
it can do, but cargo's replaceable. The plane isn't.
Other people aren't.
Right, luxury 101, sure, coming to finals, runway 21 left. Come on the approach.
God, I hate. Are you guys using their smart cars over at yours?
We did.
Which smart cars?
V2 we used, but we don't use it anymore because our system doesn't recognize it.
Oh, well, I'm on V2 here. This fucking thing is annoying, smart cars. Like, it's got a chat channel built into smart cars, and there's a global chat for smart cars. For some reason, the people who run Jetstream Radio always seem to be the only people talking in the global chat. You always see, like, the DJs from Jetstream Radio talking in the global chat. Like, why do I want to see anyone who has anything to do with Jetstream Radio talking inside a client that I'm using? If I understand why we have airline chat in there, I understand why you have private chat conversation in there. What I don't know is why you would have a global chat for every version of smart cars. Because that also means that LL smart cars connects to the same channel. I can't remember who else uses smart cars. A lot of them use smart cars these days, though. I actually don't rate smart cars as being very good.
We only used it to track the flights. We hardly listened to the radio.
I've got Spotify. What the fuck do I want a radio station up for?
Well, we're actually partnered with that radio station somewhere, but we don't listen to it. Well, I do sometimes, not all the time. 101 on finals, runway 24 left.
Well, you guys are going to fly over my corpse then.
Okay by me.
Yeah, I can actually see Mickey. You know something? That's the first time I've actually had a full-scale crash in Xplane, to the point that Xplane has said, "You have crashed. Would you like to reload your flight?" I have never had a landing like that. If you could call it that, that is.
Right.
This isn't flying, this is falling with style.
With style.
Only there was no style involved in mine, only it was more like Gangnam Style, and I was down on the ground just as fast. But I've got the stream up, I'm on the external camera, and my MD11's on fire with smoke trailing out of it.
John, just let you know, my approach altitude is 4,000 feet as well. Currently, I'm doing 140 knots with free ref, so.
All right, thanks. I got the airport site. I'm on like a 90-degree approach for the ILS runway 21 left.
Yep, Roger. Luxury's got the localizer and glide slope.
And Luxury's about to park my corpse with wake turbulence in about a mile. Yeah, I'm really on fire down here. Like, this aircraft's really on fire.
Let's see if I can see black smoke. I can see nothing yet.
You
but
can
the
on
runway.
the OBS stream, because the stream has got my aircraft sat in the ditch here on fire. And there goes his shadow of his aircraft, just passes over my fuselage, my burning, rotting fuselage.
What, you didn't make it? You didn't even make it to the runway?
Oh, no, I didn't. I'm crashed, what, 3-4 miles short?
Oh, bloody hell.
Like I said, I don't know what happened. I've never had that kind of behavior on the MD11. The engines would not respond to any throttle input at all. But
Maybe you ran out of gas.
no. Let's see. I've got over 15 tons of fuel on board, so about 32,000 pounds of fuel on board. That's way more than enough. At the moment, all I hear is doo landing gear, landing gear. That's all the inside of my cockpit's doing right now. It's no longer doing the engine fires because I pulled the handles, so it stopped those warnings going off.
101's down. Look, contours in this runway, holy crap. I go up,
All right.
we go down, we go up, we go down.
I had one with a C90 short runway, and there was a lot of contours in it. I wanted to take off, and I started to go down. You know, oh shit! It's like hitting a ramp at the after the slope starts going up again.
I had a few landings like that recently, flying around China and stuff with the UPS here. I think it was this airport in China. When I was coming in, John, right, normally you can see the 1,000 feet markers. At 100 feet, I could not see the 1,000 feet markers down the runway because the runway went downhill at such a degree I couldn't actually see it. And it was really strange because you get down on a runway that's falling away from you because it's downhill, and all of a sudden the runway starts climbing up towards you and you have a really hard touchdown. And I had a fairly hard touchdown. It was like 450 feet a minute after I got out of that slope. The interesting thing was flying out at that airport because the winds had changed and I was flying out the way I flew in. Well, my aircraft, as soon as it hit the elevation change midway down the runway, that was it. My aircraft was catapulted up into the air. I didn't even pull back on the stick. It was literally the slope in that runway was enough just to lift my aircraft straight off the ground.
101's clear the runway.
I can see John now.
Just about to hit, about to park up here.
I can see John's lights out there, but
I took up the whole fucking runway, John. There's no turn-offs the whole way down that runway.
Okay.
The very, very end.
So you're recommending me
No,
laying long?
no, I'm down. No, I'm at the 5 a.m. I'm off the runway. Just sitting down. I'm sitting down here.
You say there's no crossing runway in like in the middle of the
There's
length of
nothing.
the
Nope,
runway.
nope.
Yeah,
There's
there is.
Wow.
nothing.
Okay.
There is. I didn't make
Yeah,
it.
there is on here. It's taxiway Bravo, and it's going to be 2/3 down the length. I'd say
Oh,
about,
that's cool.
I'd
I
say
think I
about
can make
six
that.
and a half thousand feet. You've got an exit to the left and to the right. They're very narrow taxiways, though. Very narrow.
Yeah, I just taxied right to the end.
They probably are only about 50 feet wide by the look of it.
Yeah, made for fighter jets.
I'm down at the end of the runway, but
That's all right. If they wanted to, they don't need to have the fighter jets. There's a barbecue going on over here. Get your s'mores out. We'll sing Kumbaya. Fuck it. Yeah, you should load up the stream, Michael. You can see this.
let me see.
It's a shame that we don't have, like, I remember Flight Sim 2000, Flight Sim 98, where we had crash dynamics on the Sims. And, like, you would strike the end of your tail, end of a wing, and that part of the wing would
shit.
disappear.
Poor Jay. I can see the black
Yeah,
smoke. You know.
if you look out behind me, though, you should be able to see John there with his landing lights.
Yeah, you can just come in sight while your labels did, and now I can see your plane.
I didn't even see that plane. I flew it over the top of it and didn't notice.
Yeah, she's toasty. Yeah, Michael, listen to this. You ready when I go into the cockpit?
Yeah.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear.
I'm like, that's your concern?
Landing gear.
Holy shit.
Landing gear. Landing gear.
Man, look at all those power lines and no electricity going through them. You ever seen that movie Ocean's 11?
Oh, yeah.
And they took out the power line, so it was only one pole that they had to take out. Though.
Yeah, Ocean's
one
11,
tower.
is that the original one with Brad Pitt?
No, that was the remake. I'm talking about like
which one?
the Rat Pack, you know, with Dean Martin and.
Oh, I haven't actually seen that. I have seen Ocean's 11. I can't
So have I.
remember watching Ocean's 12. I think.
Yeah, that's the women.
No, Ocean's 13 is the one with women, isn't it?
That's me.
Part of the bulk.
That's me engine shut down at the end of the runway, John.
Watch this
Roger.
as well. Watch John's shadow pass directly over my UPS.
Yeah, I'm right on the numbers. In manual control.
Oh, there's your shadow.
Yep, I see it.
That's the other thing. That's one thing I don't like about Xplane. You can't change aircraft without having to reload.
Yeah. Microsoft Flight Simulator is the same. You can't file a new flight plan without reloading. This is a real fucking pain in the neck.
We can do that in Xplane. That's no problem. But if you have a problem like I just have, you have no option but to reload the sim.
Yeah.
Oh, I see a KC 130 over there.
I wonder where this is going to put me back to since I'm reloading Xplane here. I wonder if that'll load me back at Phoenix, or whether or not it'll land me back at LAX.
Yeah, you can just call this to your airport to reload.
Yeah, the only problem is I just hit new flight immediately after changing aircraft. Oh, there we go.
Or last flight.
Interesting though, the aircraft remembers the last state it was in.
Oh,
I'm
you
seeing
crashed
no, it's showing engine fire 1, 2, and 3
it?
still lit, but I go to the external camera and the engines are running. Oh,
Yeah,
they're
you need to
shutting
do
down, but
the whole new flight plan.
yeah, I think it. Yeah, it did land me all the way back at LAX. All right, well, let's do one thing for one. Let me reposition these fire handles, just in case.
Yeah, it looks pretty populated over toward the right, Mike, and not the left. Looks like you got like some really some things that are way out in there in the boondocks. Here you got the KC-135s, probably the MD-80s.
Yeah, I see nothing over there but a bunch of buildings.
F-104s, two helicopters.
Well, I've got my engine shut down here, so
Wow, I mean, there's got to be at least 60 104s over there.
I've got my engine shut down here, so
You let me know, John, whereabouts on the airfield are you seeing these? I'll try and see if I can spawn in, because I didn't actually make the airfield, so I might
That
have my mileage on this.
that mid intersection where the taxiway, the
All right,
Bravo, I think you said.
Is that on the left-hand side?
If you're coming in from the east, yeah, it will be on the left hand side.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to switch to like a King Air or something, and then switch back to the MD. All right, let's load.
Wow, that. I don't like that. If you have to switch to a different aircraft, you can't
Well,
have
I
a
went
new flight.
into the flight and I hit new flight, but the aircraft loaded. The aircraft loaded up fine, John. The problem is that all the fire handles that I'd already moved from the previous session were still down. It never reset the panel state. The aircraft was fine. The engines were running when I spawned in, but then they immediately shut down because the handles were still pulled.
I understand.
So yeah, it's like it didn't.
You shouldn't be doing that.
It didn't reset the panel state on the MD. So right now
See-
I'm loading up the Kodiak Quest G1000.
see where you're pulling into, John. There's a lot of wee Cessnas and fucking small aircraft there,
Okay, that's 2020.
and a Cessna's about to pull right in from you, and then you've just smacked.
Good, all right.
Rest
Crunch.
in pieces. Now you're now your right, now your left engine's about to swallow you another Cessna. Oh Jesus, this carnage! Oh my God!
Well, from my
Crunch,
point of view,
crunch.
I'm pulling right behind one of those KC-135s.
Oh God, help those wee
let's
Cessnas.
see. Let's see if the MD11 loads correctly this time.
Per Cessnas and fucking small planes, they just got crumpled.
So which one of you two is John on the airfield then? Who's at the terminal?
I am.
That'd be John. I'm right at the end of the runway.
Alright, awesome. The MD loaded up properly this time. Oh, there's a DC-10 here. That's an old KC-10 refueler.
Yeah, the one I'm seeing has the refueling boom right on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna make my way over to you, John.
All right, I'll wait.
As soon as I can remember which... Oh yeah, there's the key for the brake step.
This is the first time I landed at Nellis in Xplane. I did a lot with FS9, and wow, what a change! I wish I would have came here earlier because the hangars, the planes, everything about this airbase was 1,000 times better than FS9. Oh, you know the better pushback?
Oh yeah.
I landed at this one airport, Bad Axe, Michigan. Shut the engines down with the C90, and I used better pushback push me back into a parking spot that's made for the smaller aircraft. But you can't do that with the King Air. You can't just maneuver it unless you use uh, reversers. But they parked me exactly where I wanted to be parked, with the front wheel where it's supposed to be, and the rear wheels where they're supposed to be on that parking spot. That was excellent.
I've never tried to use better pushback for that. I'd have to try and have a go at it.
Well, the only thing I didn't like about it is after they take
You look,
the thing
you,
off, they says that have a good flight.
you
Yeah,
look here.
there is something I did want to ask you about. Did you actually get the ARI tab installed yet, John, for the 7.3 Evo?
No, not the downloaded standalone. No,
Oh,
but
you
I
want
just
to check that? That actually integrates with the Zebo.
I was gonna say, Jay, if you
Oh,
look to,
okay.
if you look to your left down the bottom of the runway, you'll see me sitting down there.
Yeah, I got your visual. I actually enjoy looking at my MD11 when it's not on fire and covered in black smoke. Oh yeah, look how many F4s are over here.
A lot. Some of them got underneath shelters.
Yeah, I see that. Me and a mate of mine, Al, we used to fly the F4 E Phantoms in CFS2. God, those were the days. I used to make aircraft, I used to build terrain and scenery and all sorts.
See, where you guys are seeing all them aircraft, there's Cessna Skyhawks and flipping double.
The 2 KC-10 refuelers here.
Yeah, but my screen you get Cessna Skyhawks and Cessna Carvas and twin-engine propeller planes.
Just shows you that even with Bing Maps, just shows you how much Microsoft can be off. This is part of the reason why I think I actually enjoyed Xplane more over 2020. To me, Xplane feels like more of a product. It feels like more time and care has been taken with it, whereas 2020, it didn't feel like that.
Well,
You
they
know what I mean?
rushed it through. They
Yeah.
wanted to get back into the competition, or they swore that they weren't going to get into Flight Sim anymore. Remember that?
Yeah, well, they
After that
sold
free
the
version.
license, didn't they? They sold the license
Yeah.
to Dovetail Games for FSX Steam Edition. But FSX Steam Edition didn't do very well.
Microsoft did the same thing. What was it, like FS4? And so they sold a license to, I forget the company. And I actually bought the Flight Sim from that. Dang, just can't remember its name. But anyways, Flight Sim. I mean, Microsoft went right back into making Microsoft Flight Sim.
They should have never got rid of it in the first place.
I'm using the drone camera in Microsoft Flight Simulator to come over to see you guys. I'm using the Xbox controller to control it. So.
All right. Hey, look at that maneuvering that MD11 is doing. Good job.
and
It's not even
I
burning.
did it without crashing it, yeah.
And Jay's just tore up a fucking
Oh, no, he's not.
twin engine Cessna 401.
Well, you see,
Just
this is the difference, isn't it? I mean, for all of us on Xplane, all of these details are the same. And I love that, because there's continuity between everybody. Everyone sees the same thing. But, I mean, don't get me wrong.
Well,
I'm
with a little
faulty for-
caveat there, you have to have the same resolution settings.
Yeah.
We're
I mean,
real close to
I
it.
can't crank mine any higher if I wanted to. I mean, my monitors don't go higher than 1080p.
There's some things that I can't see that Dave can see because he cranks his up all the way.
I don't think there's much that Dave can see that I don't. I think the only thing, his resolution, I don't think it's actually resolution that he's got cranked. Well, it is just the resolution, but that doesn't change the details. Not by a lot, anyway. resolution changes. Resolution of textures makes a huge difference, but that's
Well, when I say
division.
resolution, Jay, it's the amount of objects you can see. To me, that slider is resolution for that feature.
Yeah, it's not the be all and end all though. I mean,
Right.
resolution's great if you can run it, but at the same time, are you running it too high? It's like trying to run. I've seen it happen to a lot of people. Mickey, you've probably heard about this. People downloading or using the high definition versions of, say, cockpits that have been added on. Let's say I don't know, somebody makes a mod for this Rotate MD11 where the cockpit textures are no longer 1080p but they're 4K. If I downloaded and installed them, I would see no difference in visual quality, especially not at 1080p because the resolution of the image is twice the size of what my screen is. And I know a lot of people who run high definition textures even though they're only on standard HD or 1080. UHD or ultra high def is 2K and larger textures. So I've seen that there's actually add-ons for the SSG 748 that I have for 4K textures, and I'm just like, well, there's no point in me having that, because even if I could perceive the quality difference, they're almost it's a waste of GPU power. It's a waste of video memory because I physically can't use that increased resolution of the textures on my puny display because there's only so many pixels I can have on my screen at 1080. I mean, 4K is twice as wide as my monitor, so you know, I don't go for a lot.
Then there's the ultra too.
Yeah, but if I go into the slider on my Xplane here, like literally, yeah, where is it? Oh, here we go. I've got almost everything cranked here. Well, that's not right. That's supposed to be on maximum. The only thing I don't have turned up here is anti-aliasing and anisotropic filtering. Oh, and I have draw parked aircraft off because I don't want it rendering aircraft in a parking space that I want to park in myself. See, Dave has that turned
that's a
on.
good point that you made with the anti-aliasing and whatever that entropin. My graphics cards has separate settings. They can override Xplane.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can do it on mine. You can actually go into the NVIDIA driver and override the global profile, which is how they actually recommended that you ran FSX, was not to use any of the atmospheric filtering or anisotropic filtering in the game. Do not use the game sliders, but use the game profile in the NVIDIA driver to override the anti-aliasing mode. And rather than using software anti-aliasing, it would use hardware anti-aliasing, but you could only force that on the driver. And if you updated the driver, installed a new driver, all your profiles would be gone, so you'd have to reset that the next time you'd go in.
You can't save like a file and then call it back up?
You could, yes, but the problem
Save
is as soon as you installed a new driver, it wiped that profile folder out.
Oh, so you'd have
if you had
to
it backed
load
up
it.
somewhere, you could copy it back in and redo it.
Right.
But you would then.
But if you didn't know
have
it
to
at
load
the
the
time,
preset. Yeah, it would always default to follow NVIDIA defaults. Is the default for the NVIDIA driver, no matter what game it is.
That's the reason why you don't fix it if it's broken.
But that's, yeah, well, I messed with it because look, the only way you could use frame rate limiting on the NVIDIA driver was to do it in the driver. So if I didn't want it, like, I mean, my computer in certain instances in FSX would draw in excess of 120, 160 FPS. But my monitors are only 60 Hz. They can only display 60 FPS. So I had to limit it in the GPU driver for the game profile. And like I said, that would get overwritten every single time that you did an install or an uninstall. See, Mickey, if you just saw the stream, just drove straight through a DC-10 freighter. I love the fact these DC-10s here. Just shows you how, if you look at my aircraft to a DC-10, look at the differences. There aren't many.
Yeah, it's a DC-10 airframe, but the Air Force.
The tail's different. The wings are different.
Yeah, but they call it the KC-135 for the refueler.
KC-10 for that. KC-10.
Are you sure?
Yeah, KC-135R is a modified 707, which was a 4-engine.
What does KC stand for?
I can't remember now.
Can have something to do with refueling. Because all the refuelers are name was KC, right?
Yeah, I don't actually know what the KC stands for.
Kansas City.
I'm trying to see if I can see anything in the Wikipedia documentation that would give it the KC status.
Oh, now I remember. Yeah, the KC-135 came out on from a 4-engine airframe.
Yeah, it's a 707 that's been modified
Right.
with operated engines. Because if you think about it, the closest thing to the KC-135 is the original 74, and it was 747-200 is very close to what the original. I can't even remember what original Air Force One. No, original Air Force One was a 707, wasn't it?
Yep. Well, the most famous one, but there was recip Air Force Ones.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a case. The original 135 is a 707. The later ones were modified 74s. The British, we've got one, and it's a 2-engine, I believe. I think it's called the Vickers VC-10. But I think even the Vickers VC-10 is a modified DC-10. I don't know. VC-10.
The Vickers VC-10 has got 4 engines in the back of it, I believe.
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it is. It's 4 engine. It's like a McDonnell Douglas with 4 engines.
Yep, I used to fly one in FSX or 2004. Back when I had massive big things.
Yeah, well, with the Vickers VC-10, there was a mod for 2004. You could have mid-air refueling on KC tankers and VC-10s. That was pretty cool. I used to enjoy that, getting up behind a Vickers VC-10. I think it was the flight. Do you remember Flight Deck 3 with the aircraft carriers and the catapults that we used to use for midweek adventure? It was integrated into that. There was a Vickers VC-10 refueling aircraft that you could meet up with and refuel mid-flight. It was one of the craziest add-ons I think I ever had for 2004. But there was a the refueler of choice was the VC-10. Pure craziness. Like, I mean, the VC-10's a huge old behemoth, but for me, the 707 is still fairly modern. You know, a 707.
Yeah, I love flying the 707.
707s were beastie to fly.
Yes.
But I had a 135 4FS9 that was fucking brilliant. It sounded beautiful. It had really good textures. But then I could never find one for FSX or for P3D or for Xplane. I have never found a KC-135 for any of the newer sims that was even remotely good. And to me, that's one aircraft that I would love to see. I mean, I love seeing these DC-10s. I love seeing the VC-10. But give me back a KC-135. Give me the 707 back. I mean, I can get a 707 aircraft. I can get a 707, 717, 727. I can get any of those. Any of the original aircraft. But I can't get a hold of, or can't seem to find, a very good KC-135. probably my favorite refueler. I mean, the DC-10 is very cool. I had a DC-10 for FSX that had the refueler paint job and model with it. That was actually quite sweet, but it was still DC-10 with 3 fucking people required to fly that thing with analog gauges, and it was like me being presented with the Concorde in terms of difficulty to fly it, because there's so much knowledge required for the older analog aircraft. I mean, I couldn't
Oh,
even
I remember.
start.
I remember the company that Microsoft sold the rights to Flight
Oh,
Sim.
yeah.
It was called Sublogic,
Yeah, yep.
and they only had like big aircraft, not passenger aircraft. The Sublogic only had like